A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The morning after the night before. That's our opening scene today. And as we look in on the Sanders household, we find Mac sitting on the edge of his bed, still half asleep.
Oh, certainly was a blow-on there.
What'd you say, dear?
I said there was some shindig yesterday. Daddy sure did the thing up brown.
Did he, though? And the crowd that came. I never knew there were that many people in Sanders.
Well, I guess it was free ice cream and cake that dragged him in. Well, that 10th walked free before this came like it was nothing.
Well, everyone had a good time. That was the main thing.
Yeah, you were the one who made it a success for Daddy, Toots. Bring fellas down there, made the old guy happier than anything else.
Made me happy, too.
Sure.
I was a little worried about how Phyllis would stand the excitement, but honestly, I think it did her good.
Yeah, sure. The poor kid needed to get out and have some
Of
fun.
course she did. Fun's a medicine that's good for all of us.
Yeah, she sure went for that surprise that you handed her, Mary.
Did you see her eyes, Max? And did you see the way she looked at that little magazine?
Did I? And the way you had it fixed up was swell, too. Her name printed on showcase made it look like she was a vice president.
The vice president in charge of magazines and cigars.
Yeah.
I'll have to tell her that, Max.
What's the matter? It's a swell job.
I know it is, dear. And Phyllis is going to be so happy having something to do. It'll make her feel useful again.
Yeah, was it okay with Doc, Mary?
Oh, yes, he liked the idea. Said it wouldn't hurt her to sit there quietly any more than it would to sit in her own home.
Well, here's hoping that she won't have to sit quietly much longer. Dr. Roy and Mr. Barnes and Raven ought to bounce in here this week.
Certainly hope he does. Every day that goes by, we can throw a test to be cured. If she has a chance.
Sure she's got a chance to it. Mr. Barton says that this pill roller could have saved his wife if she'd have got to her in time. She had the same trouble that Sis has.
That's all the more reason we mustn't let any more time go by.
We won't, Mary, we won't. Now, I'll phone Chicago myself if we don't hear from that guy soon. Hey, who's that calling so early in the morning?
I guess it's the newspaper. Timmy always rings when he leaves it on the porch. I'll run down and see.
Yeah, bring it up, Mary, will you? I'll bet there's a write about the opening.
I will, dear.
Yeah, all right. Oh, darling, good pal. Praise the darling, good pal. Oh, boy, I'm still half asleep. I wonder what Mary'd say if I went back to bed. No, I think I will. I think I will. Oh, boy, it's still good.
Well, there's the cutest story about Daddy's reopening. Look, it's a... Miss, what's it? Oh, think you'll get away with that, do you? Well, out of bed, young man. It's past 9 now. Come on.
Indeed, Mary.
All right, lazy bones. Rest back against your downy pillows now and read it.
All right, sit down. Let me hold your hand.
Well, move over and give me room.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead, Toots. Go ahead.
Let me see. Just wait till I find a place. Right here on page 2. Let's see now. Max.
What's the matter? What's the matter? They spell your name wrong?
I'm not looking at that story. Listen to this.
Yeah?
Dr. Louis DeRoy, internationally known physician, returning to Switzerland. Famous doctor plans to leave Chicago tomorrow.
Holy smoke. Hey, what about Phyllis?
Oh, I hope she doesn't see this. It'll break her heart.
Well, listen, he can't do that,
But the
man.
paper says he is. It's the most awful thing that could have happened. If he goes back to Europe without seeing Phyllis, she may never have the opportunity to see him again.
Listen, don't say that, man. He's got to see her, even if we have to send her to Europe.
But that'd take too long. It's time we're fighting against now, dear. You know what happened to Mrs. Barton because they didn't reach Dr. DeRoy in time?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Max, the cases are so similar. They both had young husbands and 2 babies, and they were both stricken the same identical way.
Yeah.
You can't let their stories have the same ending.
Listen, don't cry. We'll do something. We got to do something.
Oh, dear, who can it be this time? My eyes are all red. I don't want to see anything.
All right, let him ring, Mary. We got this to think about now.
But it might be something important.
Yeah, all right. I'll go down there, Toots. Till I found my roll.
Oh, don't bother, dear. I'll run.
All right.
Morning, honey. Did I wake you up?
No, Daddy. We've been awake for an hour. Come in.
Yeah, thank you. Did you read the papers this morning, Mary?
Yes, Daddy. Had a nice story about your reopening.
Yes, it is. They gave it quite a spread.
Hey, who I hear down there, Daddy?
Yeah, it's you old stick in the mud. It's me.
Put on your bathrobe, dear, and come on down. The coffee's ready. You have some too, Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, honey. I guess I could go a second cup.
Oh, let's have it in the kitchen. Got the table set there.
Kitchen's the only place to eat your breakfast. More home-like thing.
You can sit down, Ian.
Well, you got a bright kitchen, Mary. Sun's just streaming in it. Hey, honey, turn around here.
What's the matter, Daddy?
You've been crying, sweetheart.
Oh, my eyes are just really tired this morning.
No, honey. I've been around women too long, not knowing when it's been born. Now, come on, tell me about it.
Daddy, please don't ask me.
I don't think I need to, Mary. I guess you read the newspaper, too.
Did you read that story?
Oh, Dr. Leroy? Yes, honey, I did.
You didn't leave the paper in the house, did you, Daddy? You mustn't let Phyllis see it.
She's already seen it, Mary.
Oh, no.
I couldn't help it. Danny brought her the papers the first thing. He hadn't read them, so it wasn't his fault.
Well, how did she take it, Daddy? What did she say? Did she cry?
No, she didn't. She kind of gave a little gasp when she first seen it, and Danny said, "What's the matter, honey buncher?" And she said, "Oh, nothing." Then I came over and she tried to turn the page, but I saw it.
What happened then?
Well, nothing. I said, "Golly, I'm sorry, honey." And Danny said, "Well, maybe it's a mistake." But she didn't say nothing.
Oh, Daddy, I know how she must feel. She was sure he was the one person who could help her. She pinned all her hopes on Dr. DeRoy.
It's never safe to put all the eggs in one basket, or to set your mind that one human being is almost like the Lord. There's bound to be suffering when you do.
Hey, I had to hustle my slippers. Those kids have them tied to a door now. Hey, what is it? Something happened. I can tell by looking at you.
Phyllis read about Dr. DeRoy and that.
Holy mackerel. Couldn't you guys over there keep that paper away from her?
She got it first,
No one's to blame as far as the newspaper's concerned.
He had to know it sooner or later.
Yeah, I guess you would have. Well, what do you suppose happened with Barton and that guy? He wanted to get him here. You know he didn't.
Oh, I haven't any doubts about Mr. Barton's good intentions, dear, but the trouble is we've all waited and waited, doing nothing, and now this has happened.
I guess maybe the doctor tried to reach Mr. Barton to tell him he was going and missed him.
Yeah, with Barton in Detroit on business, that could have happened.
I'll get it, Max.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, hello, Danny, dear. How are you? Yes, I know. I read it. What? But she mustn't. She'll make herself worse. Oh, dear, we can't let her feel like that. Danny, listen to me. I want you to tell Phyllis not to worry. Dr. DeRoy hasn't left Chicago yet, and she mustn't give up hope. Make her understand that, Danny. Goodbye.
Gee, we got the drift of what you were saying to Danny. Sis is pretty cut up about Doc going away, ain't she?
Yes, she's heartbroken. That poor child needs this doctor, and here we are sitting in the kitchen drinking our coffee and saying, "Isn't it too bad?" instead of doing something about it.
What can we do about it?
Well, I'm going to try and do something about it right now. I'm going upstairs and pack.
Pack?
What for, Toots?
I'm going to Chicago. I'm going to see that Dr. DeRoy, and I'll bring him back here to Sanders if I have to handcuff him.
Mary, we're behind you, every one of us. We're proud of your determination. We realize the deep love you have for Phyllis. But aren't you taking an almost hopeless chance? What can you do to influence this great doctor that Jeffrey Barton hasn't already done? Everybody wants a bright, alluring smile. You do, don't you? Well, that means you must have beautiful teeth. But for beautiful, bright teeth, you should have healthy gums. So let me urge you to use Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana toothpaste with gum massage every time you brush your teeth. For Ipana is specially designed for massage as well as for cleaning your teeth. And massage with Ipana helps make your gums healthier, your teeth brighter, your smile more lovely and attractive. I suggest that you start Ipana and massage promptly. Get Ipana today and use it with massage tonight. After you brush your teeth, put a little extra Ipana on, brush your fingertip, and gently massage your gums. It's easy. And listen, you have a feeling almost instantly that Ipana and massage are actually benefiting you. For you feel a distinctive tang in your mouth. A stimulating tang exclusive with this famous dentifrice and massage. That means lazy, flabby gums are being stimulated, made firmer, healthier. So for the smile that wins romance, for teeth that are more lustrous with beauty, get an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste from your druggist today. Monday's chapter is one of the most exciting ever to have been heard in this stirring story. Merry leaves for Chicago, and startling events follow. You won't want to miss this episode in the life of Mary Sothern.
California means that California and an Allied base somewhere in Australia, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Coleman, his guest, Miss Greer Garson. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. In these intense days when time is a precious thing to all of us, our request play for tonight is especially interesting. For Mr. Balderston's play, Berkeley Square, concerns itself with time in that amazing, mysterious rush of seconds which separate us from yesterday and tomorrow. Now, 2 young American soldier heroes are waiting for this broadcast at a fighting base somewhere in Australia. And my good friend, Greer Garson, and I will speak directly to them by special overseas radio. But first, we bring you this radio dramatization by Arch Oboler. To the men and women of the United States Army stationed in Australia, we dedicate this half hour.
Stout hearts in men and machines win wars. Men who are not afraid to die. Machines that have the power to respond instantly to every command. This is the all-American team on which the world is backing its freedom. You and I are part of this team. We have pledged to make everything for the boys. Everything our combined ingenuity and skill can invent and build that will give our boys every advantage over the enemy. The farmer, the clerk, the housewife, the miner, butcher, baker, candlestick maker, all of us have joined forces to carry out this pledge. Side by side with us are the men and women of Autolite. In their 22 great manufacturing plants throughout the United States and Canada, they are making stout hearts for machines. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems make up the electrical lifeline in thousands of tanks, jeeps, trucks, and boats. On the fighting front, the name Autolite stands for dependability. And just as Autolite starts something on every front, so here at home, you can count on Autolite spark plugs and batteries to help your car go the duration. Ask one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your car dealer or serviceman, to help you care for your car for your country. The play, Berkeley Square. The players, Mr. Ronald Coleman, and his guest of the evening, Miss Greer Garson. Before the curtain rises, let me extend the congratulations of all of us to Miss Garson, who yesterday was nominated as an Academy candidate for her splendid work in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's picture, Madame Curie. And now, on with our play.
Have you ever hated this time in which you live? Have you ever said to yourself, why was I born into these blood-stained years? Why couldn't I have lived out my life in the peace and quiet of another time? To you who have cried out these words from a burdened heart, we bring the story of Peter Standish.
It began in this house in Berkeley Square. All my life I had hated the turmoil and the tensions of this century they call the 20th. So when a relative of mine left me this place, I came here from America and moved in, thankful for the mellowed silence of these old walls. For this house was exactly as it had been in the 18th century when he had built it. This ancestor whose name was Peter Standish, just as mine is. But his life had been in the quiet graciousness of the 18th century, and mine...
War.
Again and again I said to myself, if I could only go back to his time, those leisurely, wonderful days of that other Peter Standish. If I could only go back. Those very words were in my mind as I sat here reading his diary. The pages were yellow, the ink faded, yet what he wrote in 1784 was more real to me than my own world outside. It was a diary that began with his arrival here from America to visit his cousin, Lady Anne Pettigrew, and her daughters, Catherine and Helen. On that day in October of 1784, he had climbed the steps to this house in Berkeley Square and opened the door to the clean, fresh world of those days. I read the words, and suddenly the words of his diary began to move in front of my eyes. The walls of the room began to lift and fall. I couldn't see. I couldn't think. What was happening to me? And suddenly there was a voice, a woman's voice.
I bid you welcome, Cousin Peter.
A woman, tall, lovely, standing there.
I trust you had a swift passage from the colonies.
Passage, the colonies. What did she mean?
My sister Kate and my mother will be pleased indeed to know that you are here. All of us have been waiting for you. What a dreary voyage it must have been on that packet. 27 days at sea.
And then I knew what I had wanted so intensely had happened. Time had moved back. I was that other Peter Standish. I was living his life in the 18th century.
Welcome. 10,000 welcomes, dear cousin.
You are Lady Anne?
Why, of course.
Your servant, ma'am.
Of course, you've met your cousin Helen.
Yes, we have met.
Do not be so forward, Helen, dear.
She's lovely.
Yes. And now may I present dear Catherine?
I bid you welcome. Why do you look at me like that?
Oh, I just remembered. According to the diary, you are my betrothed.
Diary? Betrothed? I vow you are the most abrupt man. You have not even asked Mother's permission to pay your addresses.
Indeed you haven't.
No, but it's practically all been arranged. As I remember, the settlement was to be £15,000, wasn't it?
Oh, but we never wrote you. I mean, we talked about it here, but we never...
Mother?
Oh, there's no reason to be disturbed. According to what I remember, we are going to get married and have 3 children.
What?
And one of them dies of smallpox at the age of 7 and is buried in St. Mark's churchyard.
Mother.
Mr. Standish, what a horrible thing to say.
Mother, Catherine, don't you understand? Mr. Standish is not well. He is but newly disembarked, and doubtless he is very fatigued. Cousin Standish, may I show you to your room?
Thank you very much for helping me out.
Why did you say what you said to them?
Oh, please, don't ask me.
If you wish.
Thank you. You know, as soon as I saw you, I knew that you were someone who... I mean, you will help me, won't you?
How can I help you?
Well, it's all so strange.
Strange?
Yes, I've thought about this so much, and now that I'm really here... Why... Why do you look at me like that?
I don't know.
Is there anything strange about me?
It was raining outside when you came in, yet neither your cloak nor your boots were wet. Who are you? Where do you come from?
Why, I'm your cousin, Peter Standish. I've just arrived here from America.
Of course. To marry my sister Catherine.
Yes, to marry.
Well, Tom, so that wealthy cousin of yours from the colonies has arrived at last.
Yes, I wasn't home when he arrived, but happily the man is here.
I hear that he's a splendid match for your sister Kate. Some say the man has £25,000 a year.
Well, for the family's sake, I hope so. But I wager there can be no such fortune in the whole of Yankee doodledom.
And how does your sister Kate feel about the fellow?
I don't quite know, but I know how I feel about him.
Oh, pray tell me.
Well, the man's a child. You should have heard him yesterday going into ecstasies over those Queen Anne chairs that mothers wanted to throw into the rubbish.
Is that a fact?
This morning I heard him say to Sister Helen, what a delight it is to walk the quiet streets of London in the 18th century and breathe pure air instead of gasoline. What in the world is gasoline?
It was good of you to come walking with me.
Oh, I wanted to.
This rain. Wonderful.
Cousin Peter.
Yes, Helen?
You have been with us now for 3 days.
Yes.
Why have you changed?
Changed?
The first day we went walking, there was such excitement in your face. On the second day, there was wonder. And now you look about you as if something were very wrong. What is it?
Well, I came here expecting to find the freedom and graciousness of a wonderful era. I find...
What do you find?
May I ask you a question? Are you afraid of me?
I could not be afraid of somebody that I'm sorry for.
Well, why are you sorry for me?
Because I think you are somehow greatly disappointed.
Oh, not with you.
It is late. Cousin Peter, I think we should be returning.
Oh, Helen.
Catherine will be waiting for us.
Yes, Catherine.
Mother, I can't help it. When I'm with him, he makes me afraid.
Catherine, I forbid you to talk like that.
Why shouldn't I? Don't I matter to you? Is it only his bank account that you and
Catherine, this is disgraceful. Just because the man sees and knows things strangely.
Strangely? The way he looks at us. The way he seems to know what I think and what we're going to do before it even happens. The way he talks about things going to happen. Next year, the year after that.
Once and for all, I forbid you to talk that way about the man you're going to marry.
Marry? Oh, no, Mother, I can't.
Tom.
Yes, Mother.
Come here and talk to your sister.
Talk to her about what?
Tom, he frightens you too, doesn't he?
Our Yankee cousin? Oh, not at all. Makes me good and angry.
Angry?
Oh, certainly. He acts as if we were a tribe of barbarians. Why, yesterday at White's Club, he told me the best people there were vulgar, brutal, and dirty.
What?
Why did he say that?
Baths. He insinuated we were dirty. As if we don't bathe at least once a month. And then that woman, you know, the one they burned this morning for counterfeiting.
Well?
Well, this precious Peter of yours thought we were barbarians for watching. Stupid fool doesn't seem to know the law of the land. Kept talking about such things never happening in the world of tomorrow. Well, what's the matter with that, Kate? Did I say something wrong?
I was just thinking that Peter Standish seems to know too much about tomorrow.
It's been a wonderful ride, Helen.
Yes, and I fear it is our last one.
Last one? Why?
My mother is giving a ball for you and Catherine next week.
Oh, yes, of course, the ball.
I shall have a great deal of work to do.
I remember he wrote about a present you received.
I don't understand you. Please go on.
A cashmere shawl. It was a gift.
A gift? When?
At the ball.
How do you know?
I just know.
Oh, this is what frightens Catherine so terribly.
I know. I can't help it.
You look through us and you seem to know what we think, even what we're going to do next. I don't understand you. I don't understand you, but I wish that I could help you.
Help me?
I think you are very unhappy with us. Although you are so brave and you try to hide it.
Oh, you have helped me. By your sympathy, even though you can't know how much I need it. The days are all right. I go about through old London, and even in the filth and dirt, it's a wonderful experience to be here. But at night, when I lie in bed and think, it all seems a nightmare until I remember you. Helen, you're not like the others.
I'm Catherine's sister. You're betrothed to her. You remember so many things, Peter Standish. Please remember that. Please.
Catherine, you must dance with him.
Mother, I can't.
Well, what is it, Lady Anne? Is the gal upset? Well, how can you blame her? Look over there. The man seems to be quite attracted to his sister. I must say, Helen is looking amazingly lovely tonight.
You dance as beautifully as you look.
We should go back to the others.
No, Helen.
Please, Peter.
Oh, when the dance is over.
No.
All right.
Well, it's about time you two came back.
I'm sorry, Mother.
It is entirely my fault, Lady Anne. Please forgive me, Catherine.
It's quite all right. I do not feel like dancing.
Catherine, Peter, Helen, we must come to an understanding of this tonight.
Mother, please.
Come into the other room. The dancing has begun again. They won't miss us. In here. Peter, this was supposed to be your betrothal ball. Yet you and Catherine have not been together at all evening.
Oh, Mother, it is my fault.
It's no one's fault. I don't want to be with him.
Don't
look at him. He knows what I'm thinking now.
Please, dear.
He knows what's going to happen next.
Oh, Catherine, don't.
It's all right, Helen. It's just a mood of Catherine's. It will pass. She'll be herself in the morning.
In the morning, I shall be gone from here. I cannot stay in this house with him.
Catherine,
I'll leave London in the morning, and I'll not return while he's in this
you
house.
mustn't.
Peter Standish, I hope I may never set eyes on you again.
Darling.
In God's name, go back to America, if that is where you came from. Goodbye.
Catherine. Catherine, be sensible.
Well, Helen?
Please tell me now. How could you speak of things that haven't happened yet, as though they had happened? How could you know things you couldn't know? Look, I was given a present of a cashmere shawl tonight. How did you know that? And all the other things. Please tell me. Tell me. Then it is true. You can see into the future.
Many months, many years.
That's wonderful.
What?
I love life so. I want to see ahead, too. Because I love it so.
How strange. You in love with the future as I was in love with the... Ah, Helen, it's better just to dream about what's ahead, to dream your dreams, than to really know the truth.
No, Peter, please. The things you've seen in the future, I want to know. Tell me the things that are going to happen.
How can I begin to tell you?
May I stand here close to you?
Helen.
Let me look into your eyes. I see the future through your eyes, Peter.
But that isn't possible.
Let me look.
Your eyes. Burning.
I see white clouds, giant birds flying through them.
Machines with men in them.
And below them, a great cluster of towers. Towers into the clouds. Oh, Peter, is it heaven?
Only a great city across the sea.
A city. Enchanted city, then. Dream city. Is the future all like this? Things reaching up into the sky? Oh! Peter, men gave such a world of angels, not men.
Angels, not men.
What is it? Why do you turn your eyes away?
You mustn't see it.
No, let me. I see. I see men. Alone, Mr. Rondon. They drive others, helpless ones, before them. And when the helpless ones fall, oh, they are beaten and murdered.
Don't look any more, Helen.
Lights flashing. A great flame opened. Like a flower. Oh, how beautiful. It lights up the city.
Bombs that blew a score of children to pieces.
I can see men and women and little children standing before open graves. Streams of flame burning through them. They fall to the ground. These men who killed them. Devils. Demons. Oh, not men. Oh, Peter. It's not true. Oh.
You saw the future there.
There must be something else. Something good.
Yes, there is something else. Something good to come out of that horror.
Oh, are you sure?
I think I am now. Out of what's wrong in this world came a better time. And somehow the same will happen out of the struggles of my world.
Peter, how can you know the future?
Because I came to you from there.
How could that be?
An accident of time. This isn't my world.
Then you have to return to your world.
No, I want to be with you, Helen. I won't go back.
Yes, you will. I understand now. You came here for the peace and charm of the 18th century. But now you hate us for our filth and ignorance and cruelty and disease.
And you would all hate me as a changeling and a madman.
Yes, if you go on living in my world, it will be a nightmare for you that never ends. You must go back to your own life.
I love you, Helen.
I think I loved you before I ever saw you. In my first dream of you.
I won't go back.
Ah, you will go back, Peter. You have your life to live out in the future.
But I love you.
Each must live through his own time. And you have yours. Don't be too sad there about a girl who has been dead so very long.
I love you.
Someday, in some tomorrow, come to my grave in St. Mark's churchyard. It will be generations after I am dead.
No.
But I will ask for a stone with the letters of my name cut deep, so they won't wear away before you come to me.
Helen.
You will come to me, Peter, alone, and stand by my grave and tell me that you love me, and I will hear you.
I love you now, and in my own time, and in whatever time may come.
I believe you. Hold me, Peter. Kiss me.
Across the great darkness.
Oh, my love. My love from another world. There has never been a kiss like this since time began.
And in the next moment I was back here. Back in this world. Back in this time. It began in this house in Berkeley Square. It ended here. All in a few strange, miraculous moments. I was living in her time, and then I was back in mine. This morning, I went to the churchyard of St. Mark's. It didn't take me long to find out what I was looking for. The letters in the stone, cut deep. Here lies, in confident hope of the blessed resurrection and life eternal, Helen Pettigrew, beloved younger daughter of Sir William and the Lady Anne Pettigrew. She departed this life June the 15th, 1787, age 23 years. Helen.
Coleman and his guest, Miss Greer Garson, in Berkeley Square, was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The special musical score was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. And now, while our Autolite Trans-Pacific hookup is being set up for Mr. Coleman and Miss Garson to speak with the 2 American soldiers in Australia, Mr. Coleman has a word for you who fight on the home front.
In the current issue of Time, Collier's, and the Saturday Evening Post, you will see a picture of a little blonde 2-year-old girl. She is one of thousands of children whose fathers are fighting for us. And as you look at the picture, you can almost see the puzzled thoughts running through her mind. She knows her daddy is at war. And yes, there's a picture of him in the living room. But to a child 2 years old, a picture is a poor substitute for the real thing. A daddy who brings you candy and dolls and who plays horseback and takes you to the zoo on Sunday afternoons. I think she knows that you and I can help her and is appealing to us with the simple, honest faith of 2 years old. Perhaps she is saying, please bring my daddy home. We can help to do this, and we must. We cannot look the other way. We have an obligation we must keep of buying all the extra war bonds we possibly can.
All set on your call to Australia, Mr. Coleman?
All right, Greer, grab those earphones. We're doing a kangaroo jump over 6,000 nautical miles from Hollywood to an Allied base somewhere in Australia.
Oh, but Ronnie, it doesn't seem possible for those boys on the other side of the world to talk to us here in Hollywood.
It's an actual fact, Greer. On this program, we have one of the first 2-way transoceanic circuits between this microphone and every fighting front in the world. Now, calling Private James Springer and Technical Sergeant John Thompson down under.
Hello, Hollywood. This is Jim Springer.
Hello, Jim.
Is that you, Miss Jennifer?
Well, yes.
Just a minute. A friend of mine wants to say hello. This is Tech Sergeant Johnny Thompson. Hello, ma'am, Cruz.
Oh, just call me Greer, fellows. It'll simplify everything.
Okay.
Say, how are you doing in Australia, men? Getting along okay with the diggers?
Bonzi Carver. We're doing King Dome with all the officer drovers. Yep, with the planners, too. That's Deacon.
Say, Greer, I thought we were talking to American soldiers.
Yeah, you are. That's American. That's Australian slang, Mr. Coleman. It means we're getting along great with the fellas and with the girls, too.
Did you have any trouble learning the lingo?
Oh, sure, but it took them a while to know what we meant when we said, dig me, Jackson, we're solid timber.
Say, I have a special message for you from your family, Jim. All the Springers and just about everybody else in Denton County, Texas, knows about the part you played in the assault on Arawa and how you were wounded in action.
Tell them I'm okay and not to worry.
All right. Now, is there anything you'd like us to send you from home?
Well, my dad works in the airplane assembly line there in Texas. Sure would like to hear the sound of all the work going on in the plane factory.
Okay, Jim. Listen to the sound of America at work.
There it is, Jim. Fighting planes for you fighting men.
Thanks a lot. There's one more thing.
What's that, Jim?
I'd like to send a kiss to my girl, Pauline Sargent in Dallas.
Well, go right ahead. I happen to know she's listening.
Here goes. I'm sending.
And she's receiving.
You know what I'm aiming for, Miss Guyton?
What, soldier?
Shorten the distance between the sending and the receiving.
Say, Sergeant Thompson, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Coleman?
We talked to your wife. She's tip-top. And she says your dad in Louisiana is well, too.
That's great.
She's been telling everybody about the action you saw in New Guinea. And she asked us to play you a few bars of your favorite song as a special Trans-Pacific gift to her favorite soldier.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, please wrap and ship immediately 10 seconds of Begin the Begin. Receive that all right, Sergeant?
That's wonderful on our anniversary.
One thing more, Johnny. When we talked to your wife, we asked her if she had anything she wanted to say to you.
What'd she say?
Well, just 6 words, Johnny, and Miss Garson will try to repeat them just the way she said them in that charming Southern accent. She said,
just tell him I love him.
That goes double.
Now, is there anything you want to say to the folks back home in Louisiana, Johnny?
Yeah, I'd like to say that it's pretty sensational going halfway around the world and then meeting people like the others and finding out how much they're like us.
Like us? In what way, Sergeant?
Well, they want the same things we want. Car, bath, funny papers, movies, house, kids, a decent world. We're fighting for the same fight.
Yeah, Johnny, I guess it took a mighty big war to get a lot of decent people marching together.
We're not only marching together, Mr. Coleman. We know where we're marching to. There's somebody else who knows where we're marching. I mean, the people, Berlin and Tokyo.
All right, that's all for now, men.
Here's good night from Hollywood and from 132 million Americans.
Good night, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Coleman. Good night, Jerry.
Good night, boys. God bless you.
Good luck.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. You're welcome. If you can stand the cold. Hundreds of friends are simply dying to come here. Harry Logan is a nice young man. Just the sort of person you'd like to invite for a weekend at home. If only the nasty, suspicious police weren't convinced that he's a murderer.
Go through it again, Logan.
There's nothing to add. Nothing.
Who cares? You got time. I'm paid by the police department, so I got time. Let's hear it again.
Lieutenant, I don't want to.
Go through it again, baby. You might even convince me. How'd you like that?
But I know so little. I woke up in this girl's apartment.
Hold it, Logan. How'd you get to the apartment?
I've told you. I don't know. It's all a blank.
I wonder if a grand jury will believe you. Go on.
Well, I woke up in this apartment. It was a nicely furnished place. I'd been sleeping in a chair.
Been there before?
Never. I swear it.
You don't know how you got there. You've never been there before, but you were sleeping in a chair, and Miss Hollister...
Is that her name?
You wouldn't know, would you? You only killed her.
Oh, that's a lie.
Okay. Tell it nicely.
I walked through the apartment and, I found her. She was lying on the bed.
Well, when the doctor got there, she was on the floor.
I explained. You know I explained that.
Don't you know better than to move a dead body?
I didn't know she was dead, I tell you, but she was lying there as if she was sleeping.
And you've never seen her before, never been there before, and this doll is strangled while you're sleeping in a chair. She's wearing a nightdress, and she was strangled, Logan, strangled.
And her name is Hollister?
Marion Hollister, as if you didn't know. A rich girl with rich parents, and they have enough pull at City Hall to put you away for life, just for being there. Want to change your story?
I can't change it. That's the way it happened.
What do you remember immediately before you found yourself in this apartment?
The last I remember is getting off the subway train at City Central. I was walking up the escalator and... there was a girl.
Oh, there was a girl, was there? You missed that bit out. Where was she?
She seemed to be sick. She was leaning against the wall of the station just beyond the escalator, and I think I stopped and asked her if I could help.
And you remember nothing more?
No, not a thing.
This is a highly likely story. Let me tell you, Logan, amnesia has been put forward as a defense in a score of murder cases in the city. It has succeeded twice. Both times with girls so pretty that they'd have got away with it if they'd been caught with a smoking gun in one hand.
I can't help it. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay. I'm going to put you back in the cell. Maybe you can remember a little more. Officer, take this man away. Chief. I hate to say this at my time of life, but I have a sneaking feeling this guy, Harry Logan, is telling the truth from the Hollister case.
He just happened to get in this apartment where she was killed, and he can't remember a thing.
He says he saw a girl in the subway. She was sick, or so he thinks.
Oh, so he thinks.
Yeah.
Well, how did he get to the apartment? How did he get in?
Oh, we don't know yet. But there's something we do know. Logan's hands don't fit the prints on the Hollister girl's neck. She was strangled by a much larger man.
I tell you what, Carly. If you can't tie this guy Logan with a kill, let him run for a while, and we can find out how he goes. Have him followed. None of it makes sense, none of it. How did he get into that apartment?
Well, maybe, Chief, if we follow him long enough, we'll find out.
Have you asked him to identify the body?
No, but we'll do that before we turn him loose. Maybe we can learn something from his reaction.
And here, Logan. Is this the morgue?
It's not the art museum. Over here. Now, did you ever see her before?
What? It's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I asked her if you'd ever seen her before.
No, never. Not to my knowledge.
Sure?
Sure as I can be. Lieutenant Carly, this is like a nightmare.
Okay, son, come upstairs to my office. I want to show you pictures of how she was when she was still alive. Well, recognize her?
No, I'm sorry to say I don't.
Was she the woman in the subway?
I don't know. You know how it is there, all darks and lights. I just don't know.
Don't worry, then. Maybe we'll discover something. You're in the clear, son. Just go on your way.
What? Why, thanks. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand at all. It's a mystery to me.
Yeah, me too, son. Maybe one of those cases nobody can ever explain. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Give me a beer and a sandwich.
Coming up, buddy.
Thanks. Send it over the table there.
Hello?
Beat it, sister.
I only wanted to thank you for what you did for me that night in the subway.
In the subway?
Yeah. I fainted, and you helped me.
Who are you?
The name doesn't matter.
Sit down. Have a drink.
Not now, thank you.
The hat's hiding your face. I don't recognize you.
I'll take it off. There. Is that better?
But you're Marion Hollister.
Why not?
Why not?
Beer and sandwich, 80 cents.
The girl here. Where did you go?
What girl? I don't see no girl, mister.
Lieutenant Carly, I know you think I'm crazy, but this is on the level. I saw her. I spoke to her.
Marion Hollister is being buried today.
How did you identify her?
Her father made the identification, but we checked her fingerprints. They're on record. She knocked a guy over with her car 3 years back. Got away with a rap, although I think she should have gone to jail. Now, just take it easy, son.
But what happened then?
Oh, you've been under a bad strain, boy. Been in jail, accused of murder. Well, you got a dream or a hallucination or something, that's all.
Or somebody was impersonating her. But she was exactly like her photograph.
Just take it easy, son. Where was this bar you were at?
Murphy's on the corner of Main and 60th.
Oh, I can't see a girl like Marion Hollister going in a place like that. Now, we're busy on the case. I'll talk to the bartender later. Just you go home and relax.
But it was her. I tell you, it was her. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, then I will.
Glad to see you.
Okay, have a drink on the house. Beer?
I'm not a cheap cop.
Scotch, then?
I don't want a drink.
What is this, mister? Hold up. Oh, I get it. I pay you or you raid the place. Yeah, well, business is lousy. The most I could go is $50.
Look, I want information. A guy named Logan was in here the other night.
Yeah, that's right.
How'd you know his name's Logan?
Why, one of the reporters told me. One of the newsmen.
You served him a beer at his table. There was a dame with him.
I never saw a dame.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Get your jacket, Buster. I'm taking you.
Say, what is this?
Just for questioning. Are you coming quietly or in two pieces?
Oh, I'll come quiet. Cops. You can't win with cops.
Mr. Parmenter?
That's me, son.
You're the crime editor of the Banner?
Yeah. I know your face. You're the guy that was picked up as a suspect in the Hollister case. Then you were released. I'm sorry. You were yesterday's news.
I want to know something about Marion Hollister. What kind of a woman she was.
Yeah, come in my office. Take a seat. You got anything to tell me we don't know?
What kind of person was she, the Hollister girl?
Between you and me, strictly a hot rod. A poor little rich girl.
Could you be more specific?
Oh, I'd lose my job. Her dad owns half this city and half this newspaper. Now, look. She lived for the kicks, drink or drugs or anything else. It was all the same to sweet little Marion.
She didn't look that kind of girl.
Oh, so you did see her?
Only her picture.
She was arrested once for driving stinking drunk. She killed a guy. Her old man even sprung her on that one. She had a sweet face. No heart.
Was there anywhere specific that she used to frequent?
Fellini's gambling club on the east side. Duke Fellini was said to be her special boyfriend, but don't quote me. Say, what is it anyway?
Oh, it's only that I saw her ghost. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
I don't think Logan believes in ghosts. Do you? But after all, he saw the girl dead. The fingerprints checked. Fingerprints don't lie, but ghosts do. They lie uneasily in their grave.
This Fellini's club?
Sure.
Where's Fellini?
Not here. We're closed.
Where does Fellini live?
How should I know?
I'm a friend of his.
Who cares?
How much?
$50.
Spring a 10 spot.
Hand it over.
There. Now talk.
13 Wilshire Chambers. That's an unlucky number.
Come on. Come on. What do you know? Wasn't even luck. What? Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley? I'm in the apartment of Carlo Fellini at 13 Wilshire Chambers. Come over quick. Fellini's dead.
but in future you don't play cops and robbers, Logan. That's my job.
How did he die?
Shot about 3 days back. Know the guy?
Of course not.
You don't know anybody, do you?
No, I don't know anybody.
That beats me. No kidding. Police have identified her by her prints. You say you saw her. Or her ghost.
And now they find Fellini dead.
Well, let's go down to the library. Check everything we've got on this girl. Now, here we are. This is the driving case, just like I said. Oh, here's an item, though.
You found something?
It's probably nothing. It's just an item about her personal maid being arrested for possessing drugs. Released in the custody of Miss Hollister. And there's a note to say the maid appeared in court in a mink coat and crocodile shoes.
Suppose the maid is posing as her. Now she's dead.
Why should you do that?
Well, how do I know? Have you got the maid's home address?
Oh, for you, anything. Here it is. 7 Links Boulevard. That's out in Karnosky in the Sticks.
Thanks.
Her name is Ellis, Mary Ellis. Well, thanks for the Fellini story. Let's know if you come across anything.
Right. I owe you that much. Perhaps you've laid a ghost for me.
What do you want?
I want to discover the whereabouts of Miss Mary Ellis. I understand she is about to inherit some money under Miss Hollister's will.
Don't lie to me. Marion wouldn't have left Mary a red cent. Mary was fired long since. What is it, debt?
No, not debt. Is Mary Ellis here?
You're looking at her. Come in.
Thanks.
Now then, what is it?
You look rather like Marion Hollister, don't you?
A bit.
Where's the mink coat?
Gone to the pawn shop. What's it to you?
Mary. Who killed Carlo Fellini?
Oh, is that rat dead? Good riddance.
I think Mary Hollister killed him, don't you? Then she was killed herself by one of Fellini's gangsters. And you've been impersonating her for some reason. Now, why?
Oh, go fry an egg.
Would you rather tell me or the police?
What's the diff? I don't know a thing about it. I got nothing to hide.
I'm going home now. If you want me, my telephone number is Chenal 337. Make a note of it.
I'll write it on the Hudson River and forget it.
That might be your hard luck. I live at the Harvey Hotel, room 61. That's in Mesa.
I don't care if it's in the Bronx.
Someday you may just care. Someday you may wake up dead, the way Mary Hollister did. Now you just think about it.
I'll give you 2 seconds consideration. Now beat it.
Thanks. For nothing.
You can see yourself out, but don't scratch the woodwork.
Logan here, room 61.
This is Marion Hollister, Mr. Logan.
I don't know what the game is, honey, but Marion Hollister is dead. And I don't believe in ghosts.
Don't you, honey? Perhaps you should.
Whoever you are, what do you want?
To talk to you. Come over to the apartment. Where you found?
Sure. And I'll bring the police with me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, darling, if I were you.
Why not?
Because they wouldn't find anything there. Are you coming?
Okay. I'll be along.
I'll leave the door off the latch.
I'll be seeing you. Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley. I just wanted to tell you that I've got a date with a dead woman.
Ninth floor, mister.
Thanks. Anybody there? Where are you, Marion? Where are you?
I'm here, darling.
Where?
Where I was before.
No.
Don't you like me?
The same black negligee, the bruises.
Darling, I want you to forget me. Please. I can't rest while this goes on. Please let me sleep in peace.
Come on, boys. Come on.
Where's the light switch?
Huh? Oh, here.
She was here. Huh? I tell you, she was here. Just like it was that night. She was here and she was dead.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm going to find out. Sergeant Wells,
Yes, sir?
search this place, find out how that woman escaped.
Okay, Chief.
Logan, if this is all a figment of your imagination, there'll be trouble. I'm warning you.
I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Maybe I'm going mad.
Well, go back to your hotel, Logan. Keep off the streets. You may be in danger.
I'm in danger. What's going on in my mind? Hey, what is this? What are you doing here?
Don't you like me? Even a little?
You're real. You want a ghost?
No. I'm not a ghost, Logan. I'm Marion Hollister.
That's impossible, and you know it.
I was Mary Ellis, too. See yourself out and don't scratch the paintwork.
But the Hollister girl's fingerprints were checked.
Oh, surely. But you see, I was on a drunken driving charge. My maid looks a lot like I do. That's why I chose her. She could always give me an alibi. Well, I paid her well to stand in for me. It was her fingerprints they took, not mine.
Then the real Mary Ellis was the dead girl in your apartment.
That's right. My money comes from my dad. When I went to Fellini's place, Mary was seen around as me. I'd been forbidden to visit Fellini. Poor Carlo. I killed him. I killed him with this gun.
Put that thing away.
I shot Carlo because he was through with me. All he ever wanted was money and more money. He called me names that night. Carlo has a brother. Carlo's brother has big hands. Poor Mary Ellis. She did look like me.
Give yourself up. If you explain it...
No, it won't help now. I was going home by subway, and I suddenly felt faint. After all, I'd just shot Carlo. You wanted to help me, and that was all. But I couldn't let you give evidence later that you'd seen me. That would have placed me too near to Fellini's place.
What happened to me?
I asked you to take me home. Then I rang a certain doctor I know. He just hypnotized you, that's all. Told you to forget and sleep. Logan, if I'd have gone into my bedroom, I'd have seen Mary Ellis dead. I didn't. Not till later. Then I couldn't move you, and I had to leave you there.
And now?
I tried to make you think I was my own ghost and shake you off the trail. I made up as Mary Ellis in case the police went to question her. They didn't. You turned up. But you didn't really believe in ghosts, did you?
I began to, at the end. How did you get out of the bedroom?
Oh, I just slipped past the police in the dark. Well, I decided to shoot myself, but the game isn't played out yet. It might be easier to shoot you.
You're only making it harder for yourself. You know that. I don't think they'll do much to you for shooting a rat like Fellini.
Sorry, Logan. You were good to me. You liked me, even. But I'm rotten, and I always was, and I'm going to do the selfish thing to the end.
Put it down!
Yeah, put it down, Miss Hollister. You see, Logan's been close-tailed ever since we let him out of jail.
Oh, here goes nothing. You rat. You stopped me doing the only decent thing I ever tried in my whole life. I hate you. I hate everybody.
It'll pass, Marion. Everything does. Things can get better for you. Believe me.
Dear me, what sort of a world is it when you can't even trust a ghost? It isn't the sort of thing we'd stand for behind the creaking door. is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course. The Creaking Door.
That whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs.
Because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the signal oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. Before you hear the Whistler's strange story, here is an important announcement for Whistler fans everywhere. New broadcast time for the Whistler. After this broadcast, the Whistler will be heard every Sunday evening, beginning next Sunday, October 3rd. Now, please listen carefully. In California and Arizona, the Whistler will be heard each Sunday evening at 9:30. In other states, at 8:30. Now, don't forget, California and Arizona, 9:30 Sunday evening. In other states, 8:30 Sunday evening. Beginning next Sunday, October 3rd. And now the Whistler's strange story. Conspiracy.
The lunchroom was deserted, except for a young man who sat perched on a stool at the end of the counter. From time to time he looked up, stared out the window into the driving rainstorm, and then his eyes wandered back to the newspaper spread out before him.
Here's your melted cheese, Joe. Anything in the paper about the storm?
Mm-hmm.
Who's that guy's picture there?
Alvin Pettis, local citizen, shoe clerk, and murderer.
Coffee or milk, Joe?
Coffee.
Who'd he kill?
His wife.
His wife, huh? On account of another guy?
No.
He had a dame?
No.
He did it for the insurance.
No. He just didn't like her.
Let me see what he looks like, Joe. So this is Alvin Pettis, huh? I don't like his looks.
So he's a murderer, so people look at his picture and they shudder. I wonder how many of them are entitled to do that. Wonder how many of them might not be murderers, too, if the circumstances were right and there wasn't any law.
Huh?
Salt and pepper, Hazel.
Oh, here. You newspaper guys. What about people being murderers under the right circumstances?
Haven't you ever hated somebody enough to kill him if you knew you could get away with it?
I don't know. Still, there was a guy in St. Louis once.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You take a city full of people, the innocent and the guilty, with their loves and hates, their pride and greed and jealousies. And in that city, a pronouncement is made that on this date, between this hour and that one, there is no law, no retribution, that the crime of murder will go unpunished. Don't you think there'd be quite a few people killed? Don't you, Hazel? Think it over, baby. Think it over. Never mind, probably for me. I'm expecting a call from Forney. Hello.
This you, Joe?
Yeah, what's the latest report on Old Man River?
Just got a call from the sheriff at Greendale. Things are getting tough down there. If the river breaks through, they'll have to start looking for that town somewhere off the coast of Cuba.
Greendale? But the Army's out there.
They're losing ground, Joe. The levee might hold another hour or two, maybe more, but she's going tonight, and I want you to be there when it happens.
You're liable to pick me up off the coast of Cuba, Flarney.
Send a boat after you, sweetheart. But phone that story in first. You know, color stuff. I was there. I saw it happen. Hot coffee, sweating soldiers. Man versus nature.
Okay, I'll give my all for the dear old Baton Rouge Times. I'm on my way, Flarney.
A half hour later, you swing off the main highway, drive into Greendale, a low, flat, flimsy town with nothing between it and the Mississippi but a levee. Your editor was right, wasn't he, Joe? If the levee gives way, Greendale will go down the drain like wet cornflakes. As you plow through the downpour and approach Williams Avenue, you fight to keep thoughts of Marilyn out of your mind. Marilyn. She lives on Williams Avenue, doesn't she? The beautiful Marilyn. The vicious, cruel Marilyn with a soft, mocking voice. The woman who ruined things between you and Alice. Who took you for every cent you had and then laughed at you. Who's still laughing at you. You turn into the familiar rain-soaked street. Slow down for a moment as you pass the small wooden frame building. The 2-story apartment house where she lives. Marilyn, the one human being on this earth you'd almost enjoy killing. And then you slam your foot down on the accelerator and race off in the direction of the levee.
Hey, you there.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Joe Kennicott's the name, Major. I'm with the Baton Rouge Times.
Oh, reporter, huh? Okay.
How's it look?
Well, you can see for yourself. Look at it boil down there.
Yeah.
Levee's like a hunk of Swiss cheese. Hey, over there. Pull that truck around. No, this way, man, this way.
It's a weird scene, isn't it, Joe? Men, trucks, equipment, fighting the Mississippi in the glare of the giant searchlights, heaving sandbags, pouring gravel, trying to save a town they know is doomed. Your eyes take it all in. Your pencil is busy making notes. But your mind is on Marilyn. You wonder if she's back in that apartment on Williams Avenue. You hope that she's asleep, that somehow she'll get washed out into the river with the rest of the rubbish. And then suddenly everything stands still. The pencil slips from your hand. Your eyes shut out the scene on the levee as the realization hits you. It would be so simple, wouldn't it, Joe? Yes, you could kill Marilyn and get away with it. The river would cover for you.
All right, hold it, fellas. Hold it. Oh, there's no use punching any longer. We're licked. Come on, pull the equipment out. Evacuate. Come on, hurry up. Get moving.
How much longer before the river breaks through, Major?
10, 15 minutes at most. Oh, Sergeant. Send a man to warn them down at Greendale.
Hey, look, Major.
Yeah?
You'll need every man you've got here. I'll go.
Oh, now don't be a fool, Kennicott. If a flood hits before you get to Greendale...
I'll take my chances, Major. That's where my story is going to be, Greendale. Besides, I can spread the warning myself.
As you walk along the ground floor hallway of the 2-story building on Williams Avenue where Marilyn lives, a door opens suddenly at the end of the dingy corridor, and you hear the petulant voice of Angela Dickerson, the woman who lives in the apartment across from Marilyn. Quickly, you step into the alcove and wait. You don't want to run into the inquisitive Miss Angela Dickerson at this moment, do you, Joe? Moments later, you hear the door close and the hall is silent, and you hurry on to Marilyn's apartment.
Marilyn.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, me.
I thought it was
Your
someone
new
else.
boyfriend? Awful wet out tonight. He probably crawled under a rock.
What do you want, Joe?
There's a flood on the way, baby.
Yeah, I know. I heard about it over the radio. I was just throwing a few things together to take with me.
You're wasting your time. You aren't going anywhere, baby.
Oh, now, look, don't be silly. I'm not going to take that lamp with me. I've got...
I know.
Joe, wait a minute. Joe!
You stand there in the center of the room, staring down at her. Then as you set the lamp back on the table, you hear it. A distant rumbling, and the floor seems to be swaying beneath your feet. The door behind you bangs shut, and you wheel around and watch it open again and then close. It's not your imagination, is it? The building is actually swaying. The flood has come. Quickly, you run into the hall and right into a thin-faced little man. You hadn't counted on a witness, had you, Joe?
Wait a minute, buddy. Come here.
Get out of my way. I gotta get out of here.
No, you don't.
No, you can't stop me.
What's your hurry?
Let me go.
No use struggling, pal. You're not going to get away from me.
Let go. Hey.
You can't let him get away, can you, Joe? You're sure he saw what happened in Marilyn's apartment, and you've got to kill him, too. You reach him just at the entrance of the apartment building, and the two of you go crashing down into the flooded street.
No, don't. Please let me go.
Murder's a solo job, pal. Strictly solo.
Why you?
Don't think you can get away from me.
You scramble to your feet, stagger after the little man. You're gaining on him. 30, 20 feet. And then... a telephone pole crashes down in front of you. There's a crackle of flame, and the main force of the flood hits at that moment. Everything is water. You remember reaching for something solid, finding it, and then... nothing.
Just relax. You'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. All right. What's going to be... Where am I?
In the hospital. You're a lucky man. They picked you up right in the middle of it. Had quite a time making you let go of that telephone pole.
Oh, yeah, the pole. Telephone pole. What's that?
Oh, no, it's just the man in the other bed. They picked the two of you up at the same time. Brought you in here together.
Nurse, will you give me a hand with this patient?
Oh, yes, doctor. What do you make of it, doctor?
I don't know. Man's had a terrible shock, of course. Amazing he wasn't killed.
William, dog. Mary.
He's been going on like that for over an hour. The same thing over and over again. About a murder.
Murder?
Yes. Something about the flood covering it up. Then about a fight.
Mm-hmm. Might be the result of shock, but... well, I think we'd better pass it on to the police.
You know who the man in the other bed is, don't you, Joe? Even though you can't see him behind the screen. The man you're certain saw you commit murder, and they put the two of you in the same room. 1,000 crazy thoughts hit you all at once. You want to kill him, jump out of the window, run. Anything but face him when he comes to. You wait till the doctor and the nurse snap off the lights and leave the room. Quickly, you fumble around for your clothes, throw them on, and step falteringly into the hall.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, Florney, I got a little tired of this place. I thought you might need some help.
Thought I might need some help, huh? Look, just leave it to me, huh, Joe? So you're a hero. So you warn the town and get caught in the flood. Well, fine. Don't overdo it.
Well, listen, Florney.
I'm not going to lose my best reporter because he's too dumb to know when he ought to stay in bed. And that, sweetheart, is where you're going right now.
Will you listen?
Don't butt in. You've been through a lot tonight. You're lucky to be alive. Now back into that room and get to bed. The doc's ordered a hypo to make you sleep. And just to make sure you don't get any more ideas about leaving, I'm taking your clothes.
Well, good morning, Mr. Kennicott.
Good morning, nurse.
About time you woke up. It's almost 10 o'clock. How about some breakfast?
Breakfast? No,
Nurse. Nurse. Mr. Willis is coming to the party. Better have a look.
Nurse, wait.
Yes, Mr. Willis? Well, good morning, Mr. Willis. How are we feeling this morning?
Better, thanks.
Here. I'll move the screen out of the way. There now. How about some breakfast?
Well, I don't know.
Of course you do. I'll find something. Oh, Mr. Kennicott.
Yeah?
This is Mr. Willis.
Hello, Mr. Willis.
How do you do?
Now, about some breakfast, Mr. Kennicott.
Nurse. Those bandages on his head. What?
He's had a terrible electric shock. He's blind.
prologue of Conspiracy, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Remember, beginning next Sunday, The Whistler will be heard Sunday evenings at 9:30 in California and Arizona, at 8:30 in other states. Friends, you know, I was thinking the other day, if automobile motors were made of glass, a lot more drivers would switch to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Because through the glass, you could actually see how those compounds in Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil go to work inside your motor to make it run better and last longer. For instance, you would see one compound busy washing out old carbon, gum, and varnish, while another compound guards expensive bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds do the important jobs of keeping the oil from thinning and preventing excessive foaming. Yes, this improved type Signal oil that combines scientific new compounds with 100% pure paraffin base does a lot more than just lubricate. So if you really want a sweeter running motor, be sure you make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil at Signal service stations. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Joe, you're relieved, aren't you? Relieved to learn that the one person who could point you out as a murderer, the man who lies in the same hospital room with you, can't see. No, Mr. Willits won't be able to identify you as the man he saw standing over Marilyn's body at the apartment house on Williams Avenue just before it collapsed from the force of the flood. You can lean back now and relax. Take your time. Wait for your strength to return. The following afternoon, you're released from the hospital. Florney, your editor, is waiting for you in the lobby, but he isn't alone.
This is Lieutenant Belshaw, Joe. Homicide.
Yeah, I heard a lot about you, Joe. Nice work.
Thanks. Homicide?
That's right. We have a murder on our hands. Or rather, the lieutenant here has. It's a great story, Joe.
What? What's that?
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy?
To commit murder. A partnership. And we know who one of the partners is already.
Yeah? Who?
The Mississippi River. The cover-up. The accessory after the fact.
I don't get it.
Well, Florney is trying to say we picked up a woman's body this morning. Knocked around pretty badly and no identification yet. Your boss thinks she was murdered, Joe.
You still think that little guy Willis is talking through his hat, huh?
Oh, now look. He took a lot of voltage with water up to his knees. His head's still spinning. He's not responsible for what he says.
Willis?
The guy in your room upstairs, Joe. You hear him say anything in his sleep last night?
No, I don't remember.
Well, come on. Let's go up and have a talk with him.
Now?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Please, gentlemen, I can't remember now. I don't know what happened.
You've got to try, Willis.
Oh, look, Florney, the guy's sick. Leave him alone.
Willis, I know you've had a tough go of it. I want to be as easy on you as I can.
Then please go away.
Sure, after you level with us. Now, 10 minutes ago, I was willing to write this thing off as a flood death. Now, I'm not so sure.
Listen, Lieutenant, I told you
If it's murder, one thing can lick us. Time. We've got to move now. So, let's go over it again, huh?
I told you. I must have been dreaming.
You don't dream the same thing over and over again without a reason. We picked up a woman's body out of the wreckage this morning. She could have been murdered. And she could have lived in that apartment on Williams Avenue you mentioned.
Who was she?
Well, we don't know. There's nothing to identify. Now, look, I asked you for a straight story when I got here, and I haven't got it yet. Well? You're scared, aren't you?
No. Why should I be?
Come on, Willis, come on. We'll take care of you. Just give me the story.
Well, I ran into the building because I thought I heard someone shout. A woman. Mm-hmm. And then water must have hit just about then because the building started to sway. and the door flew open, and I saw him standing there.
Who was he?
Well, I don't know. I never saw him before. And then he came after me. We rolled down the stairs into the water. I managed to get away. I ran out in the street, and I don't remember anything after that.
Mr. Willis, think now. What did this man look like?
Oh, dark hair, about 6 feet, I guess. Medium build.
About your size, Joe.
Uh-huh. Do you think you could identify him?
If I could see, yes.
How about his voice? Sounds something like the lieutenant's, or mine, or maybe Joe's here?
I don't know, really. Please, I'm very tired. I'd like to rest.
Sure. Okay, Willis. Take it easy. Come on, Floney. Joe. We'll be back to see you, Willis, when you feel better.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
What about his eyes? I mean,
Well,
is he,
the doctor says it's just temporary due to shock. He might regain his sight any time.
Oh, any time, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe, how's that for a story?
Oh, it's great, Floney.
Now, here's the angle. Conspiracy with the Mississippi River. You know, play it up as a hunk of human drama. Here's a law-abiding citizen. Maybe a bookkeeper or salesman. Hews to the line, cuts the lawn every Saturday. Turns the paycheck over to the little woman, obeys traffic signals.
Yeah, I know.
The flood comes. The big cover-up. No law, no nothing, see? Mr. X turns into something else. A lifetime of frustration suddenly breaks loose. He turns into a murderer with no fear of the consequences. Bingo. He kills.
Sure.
It figures, Joe, don't you think?
Oh, yes. It figures, all right.
Yes, it figures. If you run out now, they'll add it up in a minute, won't they, Joe? Somehow you've got to stop Willis from talking. You've got to get to him before he can see again. And that isn't going to be easy. A material witness. The police are probably watching him every second, waiting for those bandages to come off so they can hustle him down to police headquarters to put the finger on you. You've got to think of something, some way to silence Mr. Willis. And that evening, as you sit in your office, trying to find a way out, the door bursts open and Florney enters.
Joe, get your coat.
What's the matter?
Get your coat, man. We're meeting Lieutenant Belshaw at the hospital. It's about Willis. He's being released.
Willis?
Yeah. He finally came out of it, Joe. He can see. Come on, Joe. There's Belshaw waiting for us.
Look, Floney,
Come on.
Oh, hello, Floney. Joe, you got here in a hurry.
Yeah, let's go up, huh? I'm anxious to see.
No, we better wait here. They're bringing him down. We'll take him down to headquarters. You know, I think... Oh, wait. Here he comes now.
Swell. Let's go over.
Floney, wait a minute.
Yeah? What is it, Joe?
About this guy, Willis.
Lieutenant!
Yeah? Oh, what is it, Matson?
Main levee's starting to go. Whole department's ordered over there immediately.
The main levee?
That'll take the whole north end of town.
All right, Matson.
Floney, I'll go with the lieutenant.
No. I'm at bat this time, kid. Here, my car keys. Take care of Mr. Willis.
Yeah, better drive him home. We'll get around to him later.
Hey, take good care of him, Joe.
Sure, Floney. I'll take care of Mr. Willis.
It's the sort of a break you get once in a lifetime, isn't it, Joe? Just a split second before Willis had a chance to identify you, the river saved you. The police are gone now, Florney with them. And you stand alone in the rain and watch Mr. Willis approach. He won't get away this time, will he, Joe? You turn up the collar of your overcoat. Keep your face away from him and hustle him into the car, the back seat where he can't see you. Minutes later, you're racing across town. Then as you hit a deserted section not far from the Red River Bridge.
Mr. Kennicott.
Yeah?
Would you stop the car?
Stop the car? Sure. This looks like as good a place as any.
I'd like to talk to you.
Sure, Mr. Willis. And I'd like to talk to you.
The
Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, for the benefit of any contract bridge players who missed last week's Whistler, I want to repeat some news of especial importance. The first changes in the rules of contract bridge since 1941 were made this month at the Culbertson Teachers Convention. You probably already know that. But the news is that all of these new bridge rules have been boiled down into compact, easy-to-understand form by Signal's own bridge expert, Robert Lee Johnson. And a copy of them is already waiting for you at your nearest Signal service station. Now, understand, these new bridge rules are completely separate from the 6 lessons in contract bridge now being distributed by Signal dealers. So whether you're collecting Signal's bridge lessons or not, if you play contract bridge at all, you'll want this handy summary of all the new rules in contract bridge. It's free, of course, at all of those friendly yellow and black service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, who feature Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
The morning broke bright and clear. The storm had passed, and some 20 miles out of Greendale, a police car was parked on the highway by the washed-out Red River Bridge. 2 men stood there looking down into the ravine.
There's your car, Floney, down there.
Yeah.
I guess the river had washed the bridge out before it happened. Willis didn't know that.
I can't get over it, Belshaw. Joe is the greatest guy who ever lived.
He was already dead when the car crashed, Floney.
Dead? Joe was dead before they...
Yes, come on. Willis is over here up the bank. He's cracked up pretty bad. All right, Kelly. I'll take over.
I think he's ready to do some talking, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Willis. Willis.
You must be Lieutenant Belshaw. I remember your voice.
Yes, look. You're not going to last much longer. We found the wrench you used in Joe Kennicott. Why did you kill him?
I had to, Lieutenant. At the hospital. I knew he was in another bed at the hospital all the time.
Yes, go on.
That's why I faked blindness. I had to find some way to cover my face before he woke up.
But why?
So he wouldn't recognize me. Then last night when he picked me up in front of the hospital, I knew I had to get rid of him so he could never identify me.
Identify you? Well, what did you...
That woman you found yesterday morning. Huh? Her name is Dickerson. Angela Dickerson. She was my wife. Ran away years ago. I killed her the night the levee broke. There at the apartment on Williams Avenue. I killed her. Joe Kennicott was in an apartment right across the hall. He must have seen me. That's why he chased me.
I see.
But there's one thing I'll never understand. He wasn't just trying to catch me. He was trying to kill me. I can't figure out why.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Don't forget, friends, beginning next Sunday, The Whistler will be heard every Sunday evening at 9:30 in California and Arizona and at 8:30 in other states. The Whistler is brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Wilms Herbert. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
didn't you know?
No, what?
Why, the Whistler's on Sunday now, at this new time.
Whistler? Sunday? Now?
That's right. Every Sunday at this same time.
Well, let's get comfortable. The Whistler's my favorite mystery.
Yes, friends, that whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs.
Because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler for tops in entertainment. And for tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Big Gamble.
The crowd in the stands was on its feet, shouting, excited, straining to see if the thoroughbreds on the track below pound around the three-quarter post in a neck-and-neck crowd for the finish.
Neck and neck. Lord, the inside. It's matchless by a court. It's matchless by a heavyweight. Stargirl second and Lord third. Wonder Boy, the favorite with all the money.
Oh, Mac, you lost.
Wonder Boy lost.
Oh.
Well, he can't win every time. Come on, Lynn, let's get out of this crowd.
Oh, but he was such a favorite. I was so sure he'd win.
Well, that's what makes horse racing, honey.
Yes, to Mark Kroner and countless other sportsmen and owners, that's what makes horse racing. But few men are able to take the feat so easily, so quietly, are they not? And to Lynn Carton, a soft-haired girl with a quick smile, this matter of factness is puzzling. But it was all part of a plan, wasn't it, Mark? A plan that was born when a near miracle happened at Glenbrook, your stables, a few years ago. It was your trainer, Andy, who excitedly called you that night and took you into the straw-filled stall to give you the surprise of your life.
Well, how do you like him? Oh, he's a little beauty, Andy. And you're quite a doctor. Oh, say, how's Golden Girl? Perfect. Okay. But, look over here, Mark. Under the blanket. What are you talking? Hey, am I seeing double? Twins, Mark. Twins. Well, sure, I know it's almost a miracle. Statistics say it happens about once in 300,000 times. What's more, I've been over them like a Pinkerton detective, and they're identical, Mark. Not the slightest difference. Good Lord. Andy. Yeah? Andy, does anybody else know about this? Well, no, not yet. Nobody's going to know either, Andy. Not even Mimi, even if she is your own daughter. Huh? Now, look. There was only one colt born here tonight. One colt. One? What about the registry? The jockey... Oh, we're going to register, Andy. But only one. And I even have a name for him. Wonder Boy. But what about the other? Well, I'm naming him Wonder Boy, too. Look, it's simple, Andy. There's a chance that one of these colts is a future champion. That's right. Well, it won't be hard to find out which one. Yeah, go on. And after that, we train the other one to lose. To lose? You heard me. Now, look, Andy. We'll have him so no jockey in the business can boot him home. But he'll still go to the post a favorite. When we want him to. Sure, because of the way his brother will have won his recent races. Oh, you got it, Andy? We'll operate from here. We'll keep both horses undercover here at Glenbrook. Then when we decide which horse we want to run, we'll load him on the van and take him to the track. Why, yeah, sure. Nobody will ever know the difference. Oh, we're going to have a sweet setup, Andy. Win or lose, we win.
With the prologue of The Big Gamble, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Although this is the 5th year that The Whistler has been sponsored by Signal Oil Company, tonight is our first broadcast at this new Sunday evening time. So there are, no doubt, many new listeners among you who would like to know more about the organization that brings you The Whistler. Well, first of all, Signal products have always been sold only through independently operated stations. The reason? Signal Oil Company believes that a man who has his own money invested in his own business naturally has more incentive to serve you better. Secondly, because you want top-quality products for your car, each Signal service station is backed by an organization that serves almost 2,000 Signal dealers, with facilities to bring you every latest advance in petroleum science. Do drivers like this combination of Signal's personalized service plus fine quality Signal products? Well, just consider the facts. From a mere handful of dealers in Southern California, Signal has grown and grown. Until today, Signal stations serve 6 Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico. To discover for yourself some of the reasons behind this ever-increasing switch to Signal, why not treat your car soon to a few tankfuls of Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline? And now back to The Whistler.
Opportunity in your direction. This golden girl at Great Thoroughbred gave you twin foals, identical twins, and you were quick to realize their possibility. But it didn't happen overnight, did it? The training took many months, hours, and weeks of patience from you and Andy. Because it's almost as difficult to teach a thoroughbred not to run as it is to provide him with all the techniques that will make him a winner, a champion.
Andy, did you get the time? He's the right one, Mark. Look at that watch. What
does that mean, Mark? He's the right one.
Huh? He just means that Wonder Boy is going to be a winner. That's all, Mimi. Yeah, sure. And if he wins his first race, I'll buy a mink coat.
You almost wanted to tell Andy's daughter, didn't you, Mark, that you have 2 racehorses? But the secret was too dangerous to share, and it was to become even more dangerous. It took time, and in the weeks that followed, your winnings weren't large. But Wonder Boy's occasional brilliant performances opened the doors for you, put you amidst the kind of people you enjoy, the kind that can do you so much good. The lovely Lynn Carlton, for instance. You know that she's interested in you, and each evening that you're together, you gain ground. Tonight on the dance floor at the Club Madrid is no exception.
Happy, darling.
Would you, Lynn? Who wouldn't be?
Always an answer, haven't you?
Well, I try.
Incidentally, darling, I'm not supposed to say anything, but somebody is very interested in you.
Oh?
You've heard of Colonel Jekyll?
Oh, sure.
Well, he looks as if Wonder Boy had his blood pressure up. I wouldn't be surprised if he came round to see you sometime.
I'd rather talk to you.
You know, I think that's why I tell you nothing goes to your head.
Only you.
And champagne? Shall we go back to the table and finish ours?
I'm just the boy that follows you around, sweetheart. try to say all the right things, don't you, Mark? Above all, try not to give away any sign that this is what you've been waiting for. Colonel Jolly, his money, the setup that it can provide. And in the morning, you almost can't wait to get down to the stable to be there when he arrives. As you start to leave your apartment, the phone rings. You walk back impatiently and lift the receiver. Oh, hello.
It's Mimi, Mark.
Oh. Hello, Mimi. What is it?
You sound as if you wish I hadn't called.
Oh, don't be silly. It's just that I'm in a hurry, that's all.
Mark, what is it? You keep breaking dates. There was another excuse last night and...
Look, Mimi, look, I've told you I'm on to something big.
Mark, were you with Lynn Carlton last night?
Well, sure, but it was business. I've told you, honey, nothing's changed between us.
Will I see you tonight?
Well, if I can, but I'm not sure.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. And someday it'll be for keeps, like I've always said.
All right. Goodbye, darling.
Bye. Mimi is beginning to give you trouble, isn't she? But you're afraid to break with her because of Andy, even though you know that it can't go on forever. Lynn Carlton is the nicest girl you've ever known, isn't she, Mark? And you're thinking about her as you drive out to the stables and get out of the car and start toward Wonder Boy's stall. But before you round the corner, you hear something. Laughter. And then a voice that you recognize, and you stop to listen.
Now, my boy, that's no attitude. You've ridden Wonder Boy a few times. I only want your opinion, that's all.
Well, it's just like I told you, Colonel Jolly. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I only give him a ride.
Quite true, my boy, quite true. But when Wonder Boy loses, why last? Always first or last. It doesn't make sense.
Neither does Wonder Boy sometimes. Well, I brought him in 5 lengths ahead. Gave him just as good a ride the next time, and find I'm trying to boot home a turtle. I don't know why.
Curious indeed. Crowder wouldn't try doping, too easily detected. And if it isn't the jockeys...
Well, it isn't, Colonel, believe me. Just a screwy horse, that's all.
You can't mean Wonder Boy, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Crooner.
Well, you're not giving away any of my training secrets, are you, sir?
Oh, no. I was just telling the Colonel here that... Well, I haven't even got time to talk. I have to take a work. See you later, Mr. Crooner.
Well, you've got that well trained, too, Crooner. I'm Colonel Jolly.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
I do my best. Only I couldn't get any more of that boy. Wanted some information about that horse of yours.
Wonder Boy? Well, they're bringing him out right now. Come on, let's go down to the stall.
Delighted.
Cigarette, Colonel?
No, thank you, my boy. Chewing gum's my special vice. Have a stick.
Thanks.
Last time out, Wonder Boy lost rather badly, eh?
Yes, that's right. Not only lost the race for me, but lost me some of my friends who bet on him.
Well, that's good. Stops the rumors, anyway.
Huh? Rumors?
If you do all right with Wonder Boy, win or lose. Almost as though you know in advance how he's going to run. Nonsense, though. Just idle tongues, eh?
No, not exactly.
Oh?
I do know. It seems like I can just look at Wonder Boy before he goes to the post and tell what he's going to do. Oh, here we are, Colonel. Beautiful, isn't he?
Hey.
That's my trainer with him, Andy Collins. Used to be a jockey himself. And he's all right, too. Andy, bring Boy over. Colonel Jolly, Andy Collins.
How do you do, Colonel? Hello, Collins. So this is Wonder Boy. Beautiful animal, Crooner. Expensive, though, to all of us.
Expensive?
In that last race, I bet on him against my own horse, Matchless.
What?
Yes, I did. I'm a businessman. I've seen Boy gallop off with every race he'd entered before. Seemed a reasonable gamble.
I lost. But not as much as you'll lose on the Weddington handicap.
The handicap? Look, Crooner. My horse Corsair is the heaviest favorite in handicap history. I'm putting $100,000 on it.
Wow, that's a lot of money, Colonel. Would it be worth $25,000 to keep from losing that $100,000?
Losing it?
Well, Corsair hasn't got a chance against Wonder Boy.
That's so.
Yeah.
Let me show you, Colonel. I've never let anyone know just how fast Boy is. Now, look, you have your horse and a jockey down here early in the morning, and we'll breeze them.
You intrigue me, my boy. You intrigue me. I'll be here.
Sure you will. And I'll not only save that $100,000 for you, I'll show you how to make 3 times that much.
All right, son. See you in the morning.
What's the matter with your horse, Colonel?
Johnny must be holding him in.
No. It's just that Wonder Boy is being let out for a change. Now, here they come. Keep your eye on that watch. There. Oh, take a look at that time, Colonel. Could Corsair come anywhere near it?
Quite a horse, that Wonder Boy. Quite a horse.
You can save yourself a lot of money, Colonel, if you play it smart.
Uh-huh. Smart, eh? If you have a proposition, I'm willing to listen.
Well, it's simple enough, Colonel. If you think I've earned my $25,000 from you, keep it. Keep it and bet it on Wonder Boy for me. And if you're smart, you'll do the same. At the odds he'll bring, it'll be a cleanup.
It's a temptation. But there's too much money going on Corsair. If he loses and it gets out that my money was on Wonder Boy.
You want to stay healthy, huh?
That's the idea.
Well, what do you suggest?
Why not put our money on Corsair and let Wonder Boy lose?
What about the odds?
It'll be changed, quite simply. For instance, supposing Corsair should hit a slump.
And Wonder Boy wins every race between now and the handicap?
That's the idea, son. Every race, but not the handicap.
You've just made yourself a deal, Colonel.
So have you, my boy. And don't forget it. Wonder Boy loses in the handicap, or the only thing either of us will collect will be a long ride and a bullet. You understand? Wonder Boy has to lose, or it's curtains for both of us.
You just leave it to me, Colonel. We haven't got a thing to worry about.
No, Mark, nothing to worry about. And in the weeks that follow, you come closer and closer to the big goal you set a couple of years ago when Golden Girl provided you with twin foals. You and Andy send the real boy to the post again and again to watch him romp home under the wire to win going away. And then the night before the big race.
You're awfully quiet, Lynn.
Well, guess I shouldn't forget that tomorrow's the handicap and I'm dancing with the man of the hour.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Lynn.
With all the races Wonder Boy's been winning, I should think
Look, he is a great horse, Lynn. One of the best. But don't put any of your money on him tomorrow.
That's a strange thing for you to say.
Let's talk about something else, Lynn. You, huh?
No. Let's talk about that girl in the bar.
Girl?
She's been watching us all evening. You know her?
Well, Lynn, I see someone I do know. Would you excuse me, please?
Certainly. I'll go fix myself.
Hello, Mimi.
Surprised you could get away, Mark. She's been hanging on to you so closely.
Listen, Mimi, I've explained it to you before.
Business, I know. And nothing's changed. Well, I think it has. Only not quite as much as it's going to.
Oh?
I love you, Mark. That's something I can't help. But I'm not going to be made a fool of.
Mimi, you're not being made a fool of.
No? You know, Mark, I suspected you of leading a double life. It was only this afternoon I found out that Wonder Boy does, too.
Mimi!
It should interest the Racing Association and some of your new friends.
Your father, Andy, he's in it, too.
That doesn't make it right. I suppose I love you enough that you could make it right.
How?
By leaving with me right now.
Well, Mimi, I just can't walk out.
You'd better. You'd better walk, or I'll talk.
But I... All right, Mimi. My car's just outside. Let's go.
You mean it, Mark?
Sure. Sure, we'll go out this way. There's no need to make a scene. Let everybody
Oh,
see
Mark,
us.
maybe we could drive down by the river like old times,
The river? Yes. Yes, it's only a couple of minutes from here, Mimi. Yes, that's exactly where I'd like to go. The river.
Just the two of us. Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry I said anything.
So am I, Mimi. But it's all right. From now on out, everything's going to be all right. Friends can be difficult, you know. Especially old girlfriends.
Oh, I understand. Matt, you're not nervous about anything, are you?
Nervous? Well, sure I'm nervous. I've got a lot at stake, and tomorrow's a big day.
Well, let's start it off together. Pick me up and we'll have breakfast at Mason's.
Mm-hmm.
We can go on to the track from there.
All right.
And Mark.
Yes, dear?
About the race. I wouldn't worry. The first day I met you, I said to myself, there's a man who's let nothing stand in his way. There's a man who can lose.
You know, Lynn, I've got a hunch you're right.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But first, an announcement of special importance about automobile batteries. Because the separators inside a battery have so much to do with the performance and life of the battery, new Signal Deluxe batteries now feature the finest type known to battery engineering. Genuine all-rubber separators of the latest improved type. This means both extra savings and extra service for you. The unusually long life that results from this improved construction makes it possible for Signal to guarantee these deluxe batteries, not just for the usual 12 or 18 months, but for a full 30 months on a service basis. In addition, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power to take care of the many electrical accessories on today's cars. Also, the new design genuine hard rubber cases mean that Signal Deluxe batteries need water less often. Yet, in spite of all these advantages, it actually costs you less per month to own a Signal Deluxe battery. So before you buy any battery, get all the facts. Get your Signal dealer's trade-in offer for your old battery, plus his convenient credit terms on today's finest battery. The new, improved Signal Deluxe battery. And now back to the Whistler.
It's been a big gamble, hasn't it, Mark? All the way. But it's working out the way you thought it would. It has to. Because as you sit with Lynn Carlton in the box section of the crowded grandstand, waiting for the horses to go to the post, you're aware of the two strangers sitting with Colonel Jolly a few boxes away. They're not pleasant men to look at, are they, Mark? And if there's any doubt in your mind about them, Colonel Jolly makes it all too clear as he excuses himself and comes over to you.
Hello, you two.
Oh, Colonel Jolly.
Colonel? All set, my boy?
I think so, yes.
Sorry, I'm going to have to defeat your colors today.
Well, that remains to be seen, Colonel. I see you have guests over there.
Yes, you could meet them after the race.
Old friends?
Uh-huh. They're very close friends. They have quite a bit of money on Corsair. So have a lot of other people. I wouldn't want to disappoint them.
Oh, they're coming off. There's your horse, Colonel. And there's Wonder Boy.
I hope they finish that way.
Well, I don't. Not with all that money I have on Wonder Boy.
You worry too much, Colonel. Do I? Perhaps. Then I have reason to worry. Well, I'll see you later, Mark, Lynn. Excuse me, please.
You watch the Colonel go back to his friends, the two men who are staying close by to take care of you and the Colonel just in case anything goes wrong, in case Wonder Boy should win. But Wonder Boy isn't going to win today, is he, Mark? You sense the excitement running through the crowd as the horses file past the stand, back to the starting gate, and then... And you try to hide a smile as Wonder Boy makes a slow rolling start, stays far back in the field. Try to look disappointed as Lynn glances at you nervously. You turn away from Lynn, exchange a confident nod with Colonel Jolly, and settle back to watch the race. Then as the horses go pounding down the back stretch, it happens. You jump to your feet as Wonder Boy begins to close the gap, driving furiously on the outside.
On the inside, it's Corsair by 2 lengths. Ambition and Matchless neck and neck. Aragon, and there comes Wonder Boy.
Don't wait. Don't answer as you hurry away from Lynn and push your way through the excited crowd and rush from the stands. From the moment you saw Wonder Boy start his drive in the back stretch, you knew something was wrong. That Andy had sent the wrong horse to the post, and you can't understand why. And then as you race toward the stables, you can still hear the shouts of the crowd, the pounding hooves as the horses come around into the home stretch.
It's Wonder Boy by 2 lengths. Corsair second, then Ambition, Aragon, and Matchless. Wonder Boy on the outside.
You rush to Wonder Boy's stall, grab the stable boy who stands on the fence watching the race.
Come on, Wonder Boy, come on!
Where is he? Where's Andy?
Hello, Mr. Croner.
Where's Andy?
What's here, Mr. Croner? What's the matter?
The winner is Wonder Boy.
Hey, you hear, Mr. Croner? He won. Wonder Boy.
Are you going to tell me where Andy is? Where is he?
Well, gee, he ain't around here, Mr. Croner. I don't know what.
Croner, you certainly took care of everything.
Colonel, look, something went wrong. You've got to believe me.
I know. My friends here want to talk to us about it.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't think you'd double-cross me, Croner.
I didn't. I had nothing to do with it. Save it, boys. It's a nice act, but it won't work. Wait a minute. I tell you I had nothing to do with it. We talk about it out in the country. You and the Colonel are joining us for a nice little ride.
If you'll only let me explain, Look, kid, where is Andy? What happened to him?
Oh, I thought you knew, Mr. Croner. Last night he got a call from the police about his daughter, Mimi. Huh? They found her in the river. Cops think it's suicide. He took off right then. I ain't seen him since.
Oh, no.
Well, no. You can't blame him for leaving like that, Mr. Croner. Poor guy went all to pieces. Why, she meant more to him than anything in the world. When he didn't come back, I drove out to Glenbrook, your stable. Got Wonder Boy into the van and drove him here to the track. Well, I thought you knew.
Oh, no, it wasn't Wonder Boy. Marvelous. I can't believe I went up. Oh, am I interrupting?
Lynn, I'm sorry, but I have to go for a little drive with these gentlemen.
Oh, that's all right. Shall I wait for you?
No, I don't think so, Lynn. I'm afraid you'd have a pretty long wait.
Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Tonight's story was Wally Mayer. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by George Asmus and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
I don't say that Mount Everest will never be successfully climbed. I don't say that at all. What I do say, however, is that no one will ever successfully climb Everest and come back. Yes, I know they said that about the Matterhorn, and Edward Whymper climbed it. Whymper was the man who first stated what many mountain climbers insist is the creed of their arduous calling. You don't know that? Well, it was many years ago, after he'd made the first successful ascent of the Matterhorn. Someone asked him why he could not see a mountain without wanting to climb it. His reply was simple, and it's become historic. Because it's there, he said. And mountain climbers the world over will solemnly assure you that that is their reason, too. I beg to differ. I think there's another reason. A compulsion in the hearts of certain brave men and women that has existed since the beginnings of time. A compulsion that they very probably never realize is there. A compulsion that is revealed only to a rare few of those that lift up their eyes to the hills. I think it is because the mountains have always been the earthly, abiding place of divinity. I think it's because certain mortals are consumed by a subconscious cosmic curiosity to find the abode of the gods, by an urge to seek and an overpowering hope to find naked divinity at last incarnate on the roof of the world. But these divinities do not welcome human intrusion. Men have walked upon the peak of Mount Olympus, where Zeus and Hera, Pallas Athena, and Aphrodite dwelt, and have not found them. Quetzalcoatl has departed from the high peaks of the Mexican Cordilleras, for men have vainly sought him there. And though the specter of the Bakken sometimes appears today, the traveler knows it to be only the magnified image of himself. But still the ancient, secret compulsion exists. And men climb mountains because of it. In all the recorded history of the world, no known man has ever conquered Everest. The reason? Well, they speak of unclimbable walls, of the lethargy that comes from lack of oxygen. They speak of insufferable cold, of howling winds and sudden storms, of impassable crevasses and monstrous avalanches. And these things are true. I've experienced them myself. But there are avalanches and crevasses and winds and snow and cold on other mountains, and men have climbed them. Could it be that the gods have tired of retreating and have set a barrier on this, their last refuge, against the men of the plains? No man has ever looked upon the summit of Everest, more than 5 miles above the level of the distant sea. Many men have flown near Everest, hoping for a glance at the highest spot on Earth, but Everest has evaded them. In the motion picture that the Marquis of Clydesdale made more than 15 years ago, when he became the first man to fly over the mountain, the eternal veil, the plume of Everest, reached out and covered the peak. You haven't heard of that? Well, if you ever have an opportunity to see those pictures, go. Perhaps what you see will help convert you to my way of thinking. Ceaselessly, day in and day out, in sunshine and in storm, a great plume of ice crystals and powder snow streams out from the crest of the mountain, a terrible white banner that can instantly become a great whip to lash down at the mountain's own flanks as if to drive off some intruder toiling up the incredible slopes to the virgin summit. Yes, I have seen that. Others have seen it, too. Irvine and Lee Mallory saw it, the two men who came closest to the top. And the others of their party saw the plume snatch at them as they struggled upward. And when it lifted again, they had disappeared. No man has seen them since. They did find the ice axe Lee Mallory carried. They found it far down the slopes from where the plume snatched the two men away. And it was curiously bent and twisted, the sturdy, high-tension steel. I met John Chandos when I was a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford. We became great friends through our mutual interest in mountain climbing. I wish you could have seen John Chandos standing before the mantel in my rooms at Oxford on a bleak, rainy day in early autumn.
I'm fed to the teeth, Hugh, with this place. Let's chuck it and go somewhere. Climb a mountain nobody else has climbed.
Yeah, what mountain, old boy?
Well, Everest by choice.
You got 50,000 pounds?
I could get it.
All right, let's go.
I mean it. I could get it.
Where?
Never mind where. Now, look, would you come?
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Oh, I wish you were.
I tell you I am.
Yeah, of course, you know it'd probably be the end of us.
Rather have it that way than drying up bit by bit in Oxford. Wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
Well, then?
I haven't a cent. A shilling, I mean.
You won't need it. I've got plenty.
Well, why Everest?
Look, Brant, old boy. Ever since I was a child, I've had only one ambition. You got a cigarette?
Oh,
ta. To see the top of Everest. And I'm going to. Come along, do. Now, what are you laughing at?
Well, just the casual way you put it. Let's go see the top of Everest, you and I. Half the world away, 5 miles straight up, dozens of men had died and disappeared trying it. Let's go see the top of Everest.
Someone's going to do it one day, you know.
Yes, that's true.
Well, shall we be the ones?
And on that casual basis, the Chandos-Brant Mount Everest expedition began. We left Oxford. We left England after purchasing thousands of pounds worth of equipment, tents, windproof clothing, weapons and photographic equipment, dehydrated foods, batons, ice axes, cases of brandy, miscellaneous equipment by the hundredweight. And at last we were in Darjeeling, talking to men who knew the roof of the world, learning the names of obscure villages, where we might find guides to lead us to the upper reaches of the Great White Mountain. And a day came when our preparations were completed and a great deal of money spent. And we set out in motor cars to the final takeoff spot where no motor could go, and only the feet of men had walked before. The native guides, as hard-bitted a crew as ever I saw, gathered around their tiny fires. We sat before our little tents and smoked and drank hot, sweet tea against the morning.
Glad, eh, Brent?
Yes, in a way. Not going to be pleasant, though.
Oh, it won't be too bad for a while. Till we get up really high.
Oh, no worse than some places I've been. I wonder what's up there.
Can't tell much from the photographs, can we? Just ice and snow and rock.
And plenty of it.
Quite. You know, I was wondering something today.
What?
I was wondering if any of these native chaps have been up there.
On top?
Yes. We like them, you know, to be laughing at the silly white men, coming halfway around the world to be the first man on top. While all the time, old Bungo and his nephew have been up there a dozen times. Good joke.
No, I doubt it, Chandos.
Oh, so do I, really. But you know these chaps?
Well, none of them seem any too enthusiastic about going up.
Not if you go by the pay they'd insisted on.
Well, you know, Everest is some kind of a god or something to them.
Is to me, too.
What?
Oh, I know it sounds silly, but maybe we're being sacrilegious or something. Maybe nobody's supposed to climb up there.
Not getting cold feet, are you?
Oh, no, not at all. They're quite warm, thank you. Oh. More of your American slang. No, I've not got the wind up, if that's what you mean. But...
superstition.
I was thinking. I mean, I wonder what is waiting for us up there.
Cold and snow and ice and thin air.
Besides that?
What do you mean?
I'm remembering what that chap wrote about Vine and Lee Mallory and the plume up there. Down it came, he said, like a sentient thing, like the hand of a god, and swept them away before my very eyes.
Now, look, you begin to worry about giants and things up there. You'd better stay here.
Oh, I'm not worried, Brent. I'm just curious. Somehow, I'm excited. Like a chap who's waiting to meet his bride at the church on his wedding day. I say, that's being a bit idiotic, isn't it? Look at her up there. Cold and white and beautiful. Not caring about us at all. We're coming up after you, old girl, if we die in the attempt.
And as I lay there in the firelight, listening to the quiet music that came from the shadowy groups of guides and bearers, a strange thought formed in my mind. Shouldn't John Chandos have said, and die in the attempt? And the sound of the little flute went on in the cold twilight, and presently we went to our tents and slept. And I dreamed of a woman's face, a bride's face on a high mountain, and somehow the face was the mountain itself, and the mountain was a face. And it was cold, icy cold. And the voice said in my ear something that I dimly remembered from the Bible, from Isaiah. How beautiful upon the mountain. And the music of the flute dissolved into a great crashing chord. And I awoke trembling in the blackness of a frigid morning. I need not tell you of the next few weeks of the ascent to the camp at 23,000 feet, hardly a mile below the summit. If you have climbed mountains, you will know it to be an endless nightmare of traversing great rocky slopes, of scaling precipitous walls, of making our way cautiously across the ice bridges that span crevasses as deep as infinity. Days of toiling upward, roped together sometimes, only to find the way blocked by a new fall of rock or a snowslide our guides had forgotten. Inching our way up rock chimneys, hammering our pitons laboriously into the face of the living rock and climbing a foot at a time up walls where one misstep, one missed grip, would have sent both our bodies tumbling to a horrid death 1,000 feet below. Days of clawing our way through sudden snowstorms with the biting flakes so thick that we'd lose each other at 10 feet distance. In the midday halts to gulp scalding tea, wolf down a bar of chocolate, and then rise and go on again. And behind us, the diminishing string of porters carrying our supplies, dropping off at regular intervals to set up camp against our return. If we should return. And then the agony of the last few thousand feet. At those heights, of course, exhaustion was our greatest enemy. The oxygen at 20,000 feet is pitifully thin. Each upward step is a lifetime. And the brain reels up there in the rarefied atmosphere that man is not meant to breathe. We made the 26,000-foot camp, and we climbed another 1,000 feet. I'm not sure whether the way grows more difficult as one goes higher. Perhaps the rock formations are no more forbidding at that elevation than they are at the lower levels. But here the strain on mind and muscle and heart is so magnified that the slightest setback is enough to cause a strong man to fall down and weep loud, freezing tears of frustration. I remember that our guides would go no farther than we struggled upward alone that one morning. At the end of the day, we were a bare 200 feet above them. It seemed to take half the night to get our tents pitched. And I have little doubt it actually did. And I sank into delicious sleep. And again I dreamed. I dreamed of the woman again. A surpassingly beautiful woman. With eyes like the crystals of ice that made up our world again. And about her hair she wore a great white scarf, a kind of plume that moved as if it were a living thing. Billowing out over her shoulders, never still, seeming not to be blown by the wind, but to control the wind itself. And I knew something about the plume. Although my tired mind could not remember what it was, I knew. And I tried to look into her eyes, but she was looking beyond me. And in my dream, I turned. And I knew she was looking at John Chandler. And on his face was a look of ineffable adoration. And when I turned to gaze at her again, the same look of love was in her eyes. And the veil, the plume whipped around, and I felt it brush my face like an icy lash. And it reached out and encircled John Chandler, and I awoke. And when John Chandler awoke, he spoke of a dream he had had.
The most amazing dream, old boy. Dreamed of the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Posed, like a bride. Had a great white veil, blowing in the wind. Smiled at me. Most real dream I ever had. She was barefooted in all this cold. And the veil wrapped it around me. Must be going, mustn't I?
And he crawled out of the tent into the clear, cold dawn of the high altitudes. And in a moment I heard him calling.
Brant! Brant, old boy! Brant, I say, come out!
What's up?
Come out! I found something.
I crawled out with great effort to find him on his knees at the side of the tent, staring at something in the hard-packed snow.
What is it?
I asked. He pointed.
Look! There!
And I looked. There in the snow were a woman's footprints. A woman's bare footprints in the age-old snow where no human being had ever been before. On my knees, I examined them carefully. A woman had stood there for a long time, and then turned away. And the footprints in the snow led upward. I lifted my head and looked up at the top of the mountain, still far above us in the rays of the first sun. And the veil, the plume of Everest, fluttered coldly against the dark blue of the sky.
You said superstition when I talked about what was up here, Brant. You know it wasn't superstition. You saw the footprints. You saw how easy it was to follow them this morning. You know we've climbed 3 times as far today as we've ever climbed before. She's leading us. She wants us to come on up to her. Do you remember the night we started? When I spoke about going to meet my bride? Do you remember, Brent?
Yes. I remember.
I've not taken leave of my senses, have I, Brent?
Not unless I have to.
My name is John Chandler. My family's coat of arms is Argent a Pile Guild. The days of the week are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's right.
That's right.
And we did see the footprints.
Yes. We saw them.
Are you afraid, Hugh?
Afraid?
Yes.
No. I'm not afraid. Not for me.
What then?
I had the dream, too.
Why did you say you're not afraid for yourself?
Because in the dream, she chose you.
Yes. I know that.
You're not afraid?
Why should I be afraid of my bride?
And then we slept again. And in the morning we went higher. The way was more difficult for me, but Chandler seemed to find it almost easy. We were on the very ledge from which Lee Mallory and Irvine disappeared in the folds of the plume. I recognized it dimly from the photographs and motion pictures that Captain Noel had made years before, as the 2 men slowly made their way along the rock wall not 2,000 feet from the summit. That scene will never leave my mind. And I knew we were almost in the exact spot where they had been snatched away. At any second, I thought, the cold caress of the veil, the plume, will fall on us
And then the silences returned. I was seized with a desperate desire to turn back, but Chandos was marching on ahead easily, while I made most heavy going on it. We were roped together, and there was nothing to do but follow. I stumbled more and more frequently, and at last I could go no farther. I sank down in the snow, close beside the wall with a sheer precipice at my elbow. And Chandos came back to me, having felt the pull of the rope at his waist.
Not further, you.
I can't make it.
Well, higher than any man has ever been before. Look up.
I looked up. It was scarcely 500 feet to go. My tired eyes told me.
Scarcely 500 feet.
I can't. Go on without me.
No, I won't.
I can't go any farther.
Tomorrow, then?
No.
Well, what'll we do?
I'm going back.
You can't do that, you.
Yes.
Well, I'll go back down with you. But let me go on ahead for just a moment. We're so close now. Let me see if I can go on up to the top by myself. And if I can, I will. Then I'll come back and we'll both go back down. Will you let me do that?
If you like.
If it's easy, you can go on up too. It's a pity to be this far. Then turn back.
Do what you like.
You stay right here.
I'll stay here.
I'll hurry, old boy. Eat a bit of chocolate.
Why do you have to go and leave me?
I've got to see if somebody's there, old boy.
I was already falling into a half stupor as he turned and went up the ledge. And for a little while I slept, I think. Alone on a 16-inch ledge 5 miles above the ground. And I remembered confused dreams of a beautiful bride with a veil of sparkling ice crystals. And there was strange music in my ears. And presently, the sound of John Chandos' voice in disappointment.
Come on, old chap. We're going back down.
Down?
There's no way to the top.
What do you mean?
There's an absolutely unclimbable wall. Just around that corner.
No way?
No way, old boy. No way at all. The rock face leans outward. I looked at it from every angle. There's just no way. So, come on.
And as he lifted me to my feet, there was the softest little sound as of something dropping into the snow beside us. I leaned against the wall as Chandos bent and picked it up. He looked at it very curiously for a long moment. And finally I mumbled, "What is it?" And he stretched out his hand to me. And in it was a full-blown, green-stemmed white rose. And when I took it from him, the frozen thing shattered into a million glittering fragments. And I looked at John Chandos' face, and it was transfigured with a joy and a hope, such as I have never seen in any man. My gaze went on beyond him, upward. And against the darkening sky, the great veil that streamed from the mountaintop slowly wheeled around and down toward us. And it seemed not like a whip to lash us to an icy death, but like the compassionate arms of a beloved woman stretched out to her lover. And then as its coldness enveloped us, I heard the beginning of an avalanche's roar above me, and the sound of great bursts of triumphant music. I opened my eyes, and it was morning. I lay on the snow 100 feet above our last camp, and by turning my head I could see a tiny thread of smoke rising from the tent. And I rose slowly and looked upward. The plume of Everest was still blowing wide and free from the summit. And with an effort I found my binoculars and focused them on the topmost peak. Snow and ice and barrenness. Snow and ice and barrenness, and a man and a woman. A man in mountain climber's dress. A woman in a bride's flowing white gown and a veil floating from her hair. A veil that dissolved into the great streaming banner of ice crystals flung across the sky above the roof of the world.
Quiet Please for tonight was called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And John Chandos was played by Roy Irving, late of the Dublin Gate Theatre. Music was played by Albert Berman, as usual, who also composes the special music heard on Quiet Please. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, and his usual little insertion, my good friend, Willis Cooper.
The two principal characters in tonight's Quiet Please are, of course, fictitious and sprang to mature life from the keyboard of my typewriter, so don't think they're anybody you ever knew. They aren't. Quiet Please for next week will be called There Are Shadows Here.
And so, until next week at the same time, and There Are Shadows Here, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Ask yourself this question. Do I practice prejudice in any way? You know, your answer is very important. Because, after all, you simply can't hold a grudge against any of your fellow Americans and be a good American yourself. In this country today, the forces of bigotry and intolerance are definitely at work, undermining the principles of our freedom and equality upon which this nation was founded. If you help these forces of group hatred, you enlist yourself on their side and against America itself. You also do help these forces every time you speak out against your neighbor, because he attends a different church or if he had ancestors of a different religion. Remember, your personal behavior can encourage respect for other races, tolerance for other religions, so don't betray this country by spreading a doctrine of hate and prejudice against fellow Americans. Do your part to make freedom a living reality. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Shh. You'll have to be very quiet tonight because one of our guests is asleep in the deep. Poor chap. He was a sailor by trade, an old salt named Peter. He had a corpse in every port. But I'm afraid he went overboard. You see, people made him sad. And he had a nasty habit of drowning his sorrows. His last voyage was over a large body of water, the Dead Sea. And he was blown into it by a stiff wind. But it was too crowded down there. 5 fathoms deep.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Cause of Death, was written by Bob Sloan and Ed Adamson, and stars Barry Kroger in the role of Ken with Santos Ortega as Al.
Well, gather round, my friends, and you shall hear a midnight tale of death and fear. It's full of ghosts and rich in gore, and if you listen, you'll sleep no more. Now sit back in your uneasy chairs as Ken Griswold tells us his weird story.
Death held no terror for a man like me. I'd seen the dead too often, lived among them, worked among them. And to touch the still, cold flesh of a corpse was a routine experience. For 10 years, I'd been the coroner of Redmond County. I'd seen death in all its cruel, twisted forms. And yet, there had never been one like this. It all began up at the lake. Even the coroner has nerves, and mine had begun to get the best of me. So Inspector Al Hendricks gave me a week off, and I went up to Grandview Lodge alone. On the 3rd day of my vacation, I was sitting on the lakefront dock when I heard my name called.
Ken!
I turned and saw Al Hendricks coming quickly down the hill.
Ken, I'm afraid you'll have to interrupt your vacation.
What?
You've got to come back to town.
Come back to town? When?
Right away. I'm driving you in.
Oh, now, wait, Al. I haven't had a vacation in almost 3 years.
I know. I wouldn't ask you to come if it wasn't important. This is a very special case.
Why? What's so special about this case?
A woman was found dead in her house at 11 this morning. There doesn't seem to be any visible reason for her death.
Well, there's got to be a reason.
So far, we can't find one.
There's always a reason. You'll find one.
You'll have to find it for us, Ken.
Me? Why must it be me?
When you get there, you'll understand why.
What do you mean, why?
Because it's Helen.
What?
Yes, Ken. The woman who died is your wife. There she is, Ken.
Al Hendricks pulled back the sheet, and for the first time I saw my wife, Ellen, in death. Her face was twisted into a strange smile, and her eyes seemed to stare at me through half-open lids. But somehow, the aura of the dead wasn't about her. It was as if she were only asleep. Dr. Vincent and I stayed there for 3 hours, testing, analyzing, checking back over every bit of evidence which might give us an inkling of the cause of death. And when we were finished, I asked Dr. Vincent to send Al in.
Oh, Ken? What's the verdict?
Al, there is no verdict.
What?
It doesn't seem possible, Al. I can't believe it. Yet it's true.
What are you talking about?
Ellen's death. There's absolutely no cause, Al. There's no reason for her to be dead.
Now, wait a minute, Ken. You said yourself on the way down from the lake, if somebody dies, there's got to be a reason for it. Some cause that makes them stop living.
Yes, that's what I said, but this is different.
Death is death. How can this be different from any other?
I don't know, but it is.
You mean she just stopped living, only you can't explain it?
No, that's not what I mean. I have a feeling that Ellen didn't stop living. That she didn't stop living at all. On the official certificate, the cause of death was listed as unknown. 2 days later, Ellen was buried. That night, I sat in the half-dark living room. Outside, a howling wind slashed at the French windows that led to the lawn. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't get the thought out of my mind. The thought that I should never have allowed them to bury Ellen. I just sat there, the idea searing deeper and deeper into my mind. And suddenly, one of the French windows was flung open, and the cold wind whipped into the dim-lit room.
I've come back.
It At first I thought it was just the echoing wind playing tricks. Then I heard it again, stronger.
I'm here, Ken.
It was her voice. Ellen.
You're not afraid, are you, Ken?
She stepped out of the shadows and stood there before me in the yellow light of the lamp. She was dressed just the way she was when they put her in the coffin. The gold bracelet I had given her glistened on her wrist.
Why do you look at me that way?
It's not you, Ellen.
Oh, yes.
It can't be. You're dead.
Am I? Really?
You were buried this morning. You died 2 days ago.
Don't you remember, Ken? You told Inspector Hendricks. I heard you. Ellen didn't stop living.
No, this is just a dream.
You know why I didn't stop living, Ken? It's because you can't make a wish like that come true.
What wish?
Don't you remember? You said to me, Ellen, I wish you were dead.
No, Ellen, I always loved you.
You didn't. You never did. When Carl was nice to me, you hated us both for it. You thought I was going to Carl, and so you made your wish. You wished that I would die.
I didn't mean it, Ellen. I swear. It was just something I said in anger.
You wished me dead, Ken, but you can't kill by willing it. You can see now that I've lived on.
This isn't real. You're only in my mind. It's just my nerves.
No, Ken.
Yes, it is. It's nothing but a trick of my imagination.
I'm as real as you are. I'm flesh and blood and bone, the same as you. Here. Here. Touch my hand.
I moved back, but she kept coming closer and closer. And then I turned and ran across the room. I saw her follow after me. I got to the bedroom door and I slammed it shut. I turned the key in the lock. I stood there in the dark, my heart hammering a tattoo of fear that shook my whole body. I tightened my fingers around my throat to hold back the scream that cried silently for release. And then it came. She was knocking at the door. I couldn't hold it back any longer.
Ken, open the door. Let me in. Ken, do you hear me? Unlock this door.
Al, thank heavens you got here.
I got the call from your neighbors down the road. I heard you scream. What the deuce has been going on here?
She came back, Al.
Huh?
Ellen, I told you she wasn't dead.
Oh, now look.
No, I'm not crazy. You've got to believe me. She was here. She tried to get into this room, and that's why I locked myself
Now,
in.
you listen to me. The last couple of days have been rough on you.
Now, no, wait a minute. I know what I'm talking about. Ellen's come back.
I said you listen. Your wife was buried this morning. I was at the funeral with you. She was buried, and it's all over. Had a nightmare.
But, Al...
Just a nightmare. Things like that happen to all of us. She wasn't here. She couldn't have been.
It wasn't a dream, Al. She was here.
What are you talking about?
On the floor, there. That bracelet. That bracelet was on Ellen when she was buried this morning. After Al left, I went out to the cemetery. The moon dropped a pearl gray blanket over her grave. I dug feverishly into the fresh earth. I still had to prove to Al that Ellen lived on. The bracelet wasn't enough for him. I dug deeper and deeper. I just about removed all the dirt that covered the casket top when the shadow of a human form fell across the grave.
Hello, Ken.
Al.
I went back to your house. You were gone. I figured this is where I'd find you. You're wasting your time, Ken. She's in there and dead.
Before Al could stop me, I bent down and snapped open the coffin hinge. I pulled up the lid just as he jumped down beside me.
Close that coffin! I told you not to... Ken!
We stood there in the grave, our eyes fixed, staring into the empty coffin. Al, you've got to listen to me.
Now, Ken, do what I told you, will you? Go into your room and get some sleep. We'll talk about it in the morning.
No, Al, you've got to listen to me now. I can explain everything. I know what happened to Ellen. I know why she wasn't in her coffin.
Someone's playing a trick on us. The dead don't rise from their graves.
But she wasn't dead. Not really dead. She was here tonight in this room.
That was a dream.
No. She was real. She spoke to me. She was alive. And she'll be back again tonight. I know it. I can feel her coming closer. Al, she's coming back. She's going to
Stop
come
it,
back.
Ken. Stop talking like that.
I can't face her again. I'm afraid. Don't make me stay here, Al. Please. You've got to help me.
All right. You can come over to my place.
Al, wait. Don't leave me.
Now, take it easy. Just wanted to get some of your things out of this closet.
In that closet. Ellen was in that closet. For a moment, she just stood there, rigid and white, her eyes burning into me, her lips twisted into the same strange smile. She seemed to want to come toward me, but she fell forward to the floor. She lay there, silent and motionless. This time I knew she was really dead. The knife in her back told me that Ellen would never return to me again.
You know, I feel kind of sorry for our coroner friend, Ken Griswold. He never should have picked out that sort of job for himself. Working in a morgue is enough to make anybody slab happy. That place can really get you down. About 6 feet down. It's like they say, death is always just around the coroner. Oh, yes, about Ken's wife, Ellen. Let that be a lesson to you the next time you make a wish over a vulture bone. That's the way some women are. Stubborn. You can't get rid of them. Dead or alive. Well, now let's get back to Ken Griswold as he continues his tale of terror.
After we found Ellen's body in that closet, I knew I had to get away from that house forever. I wanted to run out into the night, but I couldn't move. Some force held me stationary in its grip. The room began to swim crazily. I saw Al Hendricks come towards me, but a black curtain fell between us, and I was lost in its deep fold.
Feeling better, Al?
Where am I? What is this place?
County Hospital. You've been here 2 days.
2 days?
Yeah. You blanked out.
Ellen, she was murdered.
Now, you've got to take it easy, Ken. We won't talk about that now.
I have to talk about it, don't you see, Al? I was right. Ellen had lived on.
No, she was already dead.
But that knife in her back.
You only die once. What I said before still goes. Somebody's playing tricks.
Al wouldn't listen to me. He told me to try and get some sleep. Then he pulled down the shades and walked out of the room. A little later, the door of my room opened. In the semi-dark, I could see that it was a woman dressed in white. She stood at the foot of my bed.
Good evening.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your nurse, sir. Here, drink this.
Ellen.
My name isn't Ellen. I'm just the nurse.
You're Ellen. You've come back again.
Now, you mustn't excite yourself. Just please drink this.
No.
You'll sleep.
No, don't.
You'll feel much better after.
You've come to take me with you. I know what's in that glass.
You can trust me. It won't hurt
I won't
you.
die. Take it away. Take it away.
Oh, no.
I knocked the glass out of her hand, crashed to the floor. She just stood there looking down at me, that same twisted smile on her face. I slid out of the bed.
Now, you mustn't get up, sir. You're not well.
She came towards me, her hand outstretched, just like the other time. She came closer and closer.
Let me help you back.
No.
I won't hurt you.
I got to the door and opened it. I started to run down the corridor when something gripped my arm. Pulled me tight to the spot. Now, let go. Please, for heaven's sake, let go of me. Let go of me.
Take it easy, Ken.
Please,
Take it easy.
Ow.
What's the matter with you? You're supposed to stay in bed.
Let me go. I gotta get out of here.
You're going back to your room.
No, Al, I can't go back there. Don't make me. She's there.
What?
Ellen, she's come back again.
Hey, now, look.
You gotta believe me. She's in there waiting for me.
No, Ken, it's just your nerves. I was outside the door.
Oh, her voice and her face weren't the same, but I knew who she was. I could tell by that smile of hers. She's posing as my nurse. That's how she got in.
But that can't be, Ken. You don't have a nurse. You don't have to worry about her coming back anymore, Ken.
Oh, she will.
It's all in your mind. I think I can make you see that now.
What do you mean?
You felt responsible for Ellen's death because of that fight you had with her. That's why your imagination ran wild.
Oh, but Al, that bracelet, her body in the closet.
Like I told you, she was dead all the time. Somebody was playing tricks. The man who murdered your wife, we've got a lead on him.
What are you talking about? What man?
One of your neighbors gave us the tip. 2 o'clock in the morning on that day your wife was found dead, a man was seen leaving your house. He was tall and wore a black hat and coat. The murderer must have known that you were at Grandview Lake.
But it couldn't have been murder. The autopsy would have shown that. We couldn't find any cause for Ellen's death.
There's always a cause. We'll find Ellen's murderer somehow.
When Al left, I thought back over everything he'd told me. Someone was playing tricks. A tall man in a black hat and coat. I kept searching my mind, probing. And then the idea struck. Something Ellen had said.
When Carl was nice to me, you hated us both for it. You thought I was going to Carl, so you made your wish.
Carl Denson. They wouldn't allow me to leave, but I found a way of getting out of that hospital. And I went to see Dr. Carl Denson.
Yes, what is...
Hello, Denson. Why?
Ken Griswold.
I want to talk to you.
Yes, of course. Come in. I heard you were in the hospital.
I got out of there tonight.
The way you say that...
Call it escape, if you want to.
Look, Griswold, you're not well.
And that's what you want them to believe, that I'm crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Ellen. You killed her, Denson.
What?
You murdered my wife. You couldn't have her for yourself, so you killed her.
You're mad. I read the report. Ellen died of causes unknown.
You killed her. And now I know how you did it. You're a doctor. You'd know about things like that. There's an artery in the neck, the carotid. If you apply pressure on it the right way, the victim dies. And there's no evidence of murder.
You can't bluff me, Griswold.
I came out here to kill you. Then to choke the life out of you. Like this. I changed my mind.
You fool. You crazy fool, get out of here.
Yes, Denton, I changed my mind. You're going to die in the electric chair.
I told you to get out.
I'm going to prove that you killed Ellen.
You can't because I didn't.
A man was seen leaving the house on the morning Ellen was murdered. You were that man, Denson. You knew I was up at Grandview Lake. You waited until I was away.
You forgot something, Griswold. It couldn't have been me.
I'll prove it.
You forget. At the same time you were up at Grandview Lake, I was there, too.
I went back in my mind, and I remembered that Carl Denson had been at Grandview Lake while I was there. But I knew Denson was the murderer. He was the man in the black hat and coat. He had found some way to come back to town and kill Ellen. But I had to prove it. I started out to retrace his steps on the night of the murder. The train let me off at the Grandview Lake station at 4 in the morning. I phoned for the village taxi and ordered the sleepy driver to take me out to the lodge.
I don't like to make trips this time of the night, mister.
Don't worry, I'll pay you extra for it. Only hurry.
I can't go much faster. Trouble with you city folks always hurrying to get nowhere. Reminds me of the fella I drove last week. City fella, too. Got off the 401 just like you. Says he's in a hurry.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
You said he got off that same train?
Yep, that's what he said. Same train as you.
What day was that?
Let's see.
Was it Tuesday?
Tuesday? Yes, it was Tuesday that.
What did he look like?
What you want to know from me?
Tell me, what did he look like?
Well, he was a tall fella. Didn't talk none tall. Couldn't see much of his face with his coat collar up. The thing about that, wasn't cold either.
Was he wearing a black hat?
Come to think of it, guess he was. Yeah. Black hat and coat.
Where did you drive him to?
Same place you're going, mister. Grandview Lake Lodge.
That proved it. I was right. Denson had gone to town to kill Ellen. Then when he finished, he returned on the early morning train. I had him now. There was just one more step left. When I walked into the lodge, George, the night clerk, was behind the desk.
Good morning, Dr. Griswold.
Hello, Griswold. George.
We weren't expecting you, but we have a room.
I'm not staying.
Oh?
George, I need your help.
Yes, of course. What is it?
It's important. You must remember something.
Remember?
About Dr. Denson. You know him?
Yes, certainly.
Well, this happened just 1 week ago, last Tuesday morning at this same time. You were on duty then?
Yes.
And you would have seen anyone walk through the lobby here?
Yes, I would.
Dr. Denson returned to the lodge last Tuesday morning. He was wearing a black hat and coat. He came in here at this same time. You saw him.
No.
But you must have.
I didn't.
He came in here. I have proof. The cab driver who brought him here from the station saw him enter the lobby.
I didn't see Dr. Denson that morning.
You're lying. You did.
No, sir. The only person who came in early last Tuesday was you.
What?
You came in, Dr. Griswold. You wore a black hat and coat, and you asked me for a key to your room.
Me?
That's right, Ken. It was you all the time.
How?
Now be good, Ken. Don't make me use this gun.
How did you hear what he said?
Yeah?
That means I killed her.
I was waiting for you, Ken. I knew you'd come. I'll let you find out for yourself.
I don't remember.
You're a doctor. You know about those things, split personalities and stuff like that. You just can't see it in yourself, I guess.
But her body in the closet.
That was you, too. I followed you out to the cemetery. You thought she was still alive. That's why you put the knife in her back. I'm no expert in those things, Ken, but that's the way it looks to me. Okay. Let's go.
I couldn't go back with him, not that way. I ran across the lobby.
Stop, Ken! Stop, I'll have to shoot!
I got to the door, and then... The bullet burned in my chest. Al turned me over on my back.
I'm sorry, Ken.
It's all right, Al. This is just the way I wanted it. Al's gone for a doctor. I haven't got much longer. No. I won't be here when Al comes back. I won't give them any trouble with this one. The cause of death. This one's easy to determine.
Say, no wonder that Ken Griswold was glad to die. Some wives are bad enough alive, but imagine being henpecked by a corpse. That's the trouble with folks you meet around here. They're dead, but they just don't know enough to lie down. Oh, by the way, there's a good moral in tonight's nerve-shattering narrative. If you're thinking of doing away with your spouse, forget it. Brother, you haven't got a ghost of a chance.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Confound it, is the... All right. Oh, anybody here?
Richard, behind that chair. There's someone sitting.
All you can see is his hand and wrist resting on the arm of the chair, with a burning cigarette between the fingers.
He must be asleep. Why don't you wake him up?
Wait a minute.
Richard.
The cigarette. It's burned down to the man's fingers.
Oh.
Whoever that is over there, he's dead.
Did you ring, sir?
Oh, I say. Oh. Are you the innkeeper?
I'm sorry I was so long, sir. We're short-handed these days. I was outside. Couldn't come any sooner.
There's a dead man over there.
What was that?
A dead man. Sitting right over there in that chair. What? Well, he's gone.
But Richard...
Did you say a dead man, sir?
Yes. He was sitting there in that chair.
He was there. My wife and I both saw him.
Must have been the shadows from the fire, sir.
I say, come here, will you?
Are you looking for lodging?
What is it, dear?
Come over here.
All right.
There was someone here.
Certainly there was. We both saw him.
Look, they're on the floor by the arm of that chair.
A burning cigarette.
Yes, the one we saw burning in the dead man's hand.
Yes.
I say, innkeeper, come over here. Oh, I didn't see you follow us.
Look, we saw the man from over at the desk. All we could see was his arm and hand, with a cigarette between his fingers.
And that's the cigarette down there, still burning.
And it was burning the man's fingers.
I'm sure you're both mistaken, sir. There's been no one here in the lobby. It was merely the shadows from the fireplace.
Then how do you account for that burning cigarette there on the floor?
One of the guests probably dropped it, sir, by accident before retiring.
But I tell you, there was someone sitting in this chair.
Then, since he's not here now, it may have been the aunt.
The haunt?
Yes, miss. Folks call him the ghost of the Pig and Hammer.
No, come now. Don't start any nonsense about ghosts.
His name was Trafalgar. First or last, I don't know which. No one remembers. He built this old wayside inn more than 200 years ago. Married his girl, he did, just after it was finished. And the night he moved in, he was murdered in cold blood by one of the girl's rejected swines. Killed Trafalgar for revenge, he did. Right here in this room. While His Honor was smoking his last smoke before retiring.
Oh, then it was the ghost.
Could have been, miss. Could have been. Folks claim they see him every now and then, though I can't say I has.
I say, look.
Yes, Governor?
There, on the back of that chair. Isn't that a spot of blood?
Well, no, I don't rightly know, sir, but... Well, yes. I believe you're right, Governor.
Oh.
The man was stabbed in the back, he was. Through the heart. Seems that spot there would be just about where he would leave blood behind, was he to sit in this chair here.
Oh, Richard, let's go.
Oh, so you've seen him, too. Well, that makes 3 times this month. Seems like he's making quite a habit of visiting us lately.
Oh, shall we go, dear?
Yes, Emily. Right away.
Will you two be wanting a room for the night?
Oh,
sir?
no.
No, we're looking for a place called Maryvale.
Maryvale, you say?
Yes, we thought we had the right directions from Effinshire, but we ended up here.
We seem to have lost the way.
Oh, no, Governor. You just haven't gone far enough. Maryvale lies about 20 kilometers to the west.
How far is that in miles?
About 12, 13.
Then let's go on, Richard. We can make it in 20 minutes.
The road is not so good, miss. Take probably 45 instead of 20. Besides, Maryvale hasn't been occupied for nigh on to 6 years.
You say it hasn't?
Oh, no, sir.
But we understood it had been occupied by a Miss Priscilla Longacre.
Yes. Miss Longacre died about 4 months ago and left Maryvale estate to me. When I managed to clean up my affairs in Madrid, we came up to retire and live on the estate. I was with a British concern in Spain. But now I've resigned and come up here. Till I got that message, I didn't even know I had an aunt living in England.
You say her name was Priscilla Longacre?
That's right. She died late in December. A day or so after Christmas.
Priscilla Longacre has been dead for 5 years.
No.
What? Indeed she has, Governor. At least folks say that. 5 years ago, she telephoned here to the inn, she did, and asked for Dr. Riley. He answered the call and found her dead. So he come back to make a report. But when the authorities got to the place, the body was gone. Some say it was stolen. Some say the old lady become a zombie.
Oh.
Anyways, she was never seen again. And Maryvale was closed up because nobody knowed it was kin to the old lady.
But that's impossible. Why, I was notified early in January of her death.
Who notified you, Governor?
Why, the man you just spoke of, Dr. Hiley.
You couldn't have been notified by him, Governor.
Why not?
Because he died 2 days before Priscilla Longacre.
But I have his letter.
Oh, have you now, sir?
Well, yes, of course. Outside in my car. He said he would meet me at Maryvale tonight.
Then maybe you're going to see another ghost before the night is finished. Eh, Governor?
Richard, please, let's go.
Yes, dear, right away. Now, look here, innkeeper. Is what you've been telling us the truth?
Of course it's the truth, Governor. Why would I be telling you things what ain't true, huh?
Then there hasn't been anyone living in Maryvale for 5 years. And Dr. Hiley has been dead that long, too.
That's the gospel truth, Governor. You'll see so for yourself when you get there.
Well, that's where we're going. You say it's about 12 miles.
About that, Governor. You'll come to a fork just around the turn, up a ways. Take the left one. The other goes to London.
Right. Come along, Emily.
Yes, dear.
If you need anything, my name is Jason. You can telephone here if you like. Just ask for the pig on the hammer.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I say, this wind's strong. Come up in the last few minutes.
Richard.
Yes, dear?
Did you notice that man's hand? The right one?
No, dear, I didn't. Why?
There were deep, angry burns on top of his forefinger and the middle one. Like burns a cigarette would make.
Place seems deserted.
Thank heaven that wind stopped.
Oh, Maryvale is in a small valley. Doesn't blow much here.
Look at the windows on the house. All boarded up. And so is the door.
Looks weird in the moonlight, doesn't it?
Richard, is there a hammer in the car?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Well, you'll need one if we're going to get inside the place.
That's right. Those boards seem tightly nailed.
There might be something in that shed.
Where?
Behind us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on. Let's have a look.
Look. It's not nailed up. What? The door's hanging open.
Mm-hmm.
Richard.
Yes, dear?
We're not alone out here.
What?
I feel it. Someone's watching us.
Maybe it's the cigarette-smoking ghost of the inn.
Darling, I'm serious. I feel someone watching us.
You know, if I were the uneasy type, you'd scare me half to death.
I mean it. I'm frightened.
Oh, come now, darling.
I think we'd better go back to that town where we stopped for dinner.
Nothing doing. I wouldn't brave that road again for anything. Come on, here's the shed. Still got the matches I gave you?
Yes, but let's don't go inside, please.
Why not?
I just don't want to.
But we've got to find something to break away those boards from the door up at the house. Well, come on. I've got the candle. Wish I had a flashlight.
Richard, don't.
It's all right, dear. How about a match?
Oh, Richard.
Come on. Give me a match.
Oh, all right. Here.
Good. There should be an old length of pipe or something in here we can use. There we are. There. Candle's lit. Will you hold it, dear, while I look around?
Richard. What's that? Over there in the corner. Those black boxes.
Boxes? Oh.
Richard. They're coffins.
Coffins? Oh, nonsense.
They are. They're painted solid black. Look. 3 little silver handles.
You may be right. 3 handles on this side, too.
They are coffins, Richard.
Yes. Yes, they are. And new ones.
What in the world are they doing out here?
Let me have the candle.
Look. Aren't those silver inscription plates on the lids?
It's what I want to look at. Here now. There.
Oh, Richard, I'm frightened.
Good Lord. Why, this plate says Richard Longacre. And the other one? Emily Longacre. Died May 15th, 1942. Well, that's today.
Richard!
The light. Emily, what happened?
Oh, the wind blew out the candle. Richard? Richard, is that you?
What?
Is that you moving about in here?
No, I'm not moving. I thought it was you. Here, where are you?
Richard! Let go!
Emily, where are you? She's not here. She's gone. Candle. Must be on the floor here someplace. Has to be here someplace. Must have light.
I say. Longacre.
Who's that?
Is that Richard Longacre?
Yes.
Thank heaven.
Who are you?
Quiet. Don't let him hear you talking.
Who are you?
Can you get a light going?
Yes. I found the candle. See if I got a match. Yes, here. What? No one here. No one in the shed but myself. The door's closed now. Good Lord. The lid. The lid on that coffin. Moving. Something inside pushing it up. Slowly pushing the lid up. Pushing it up.
Fool. Take this confounded lid, will you? Well, don't stand there looking like a stupid country pumpkin. Take this lid so I can get out of this cursed casket.
Who are you? How did you get in there?
Will you take this lid, you fool?
Sure. All right. There.
Now, help me out.
Sure.
Give me your hand.
Here.
There.
How long were you in that thing?
Oh, heaven only knows. Hours before you and your wife came into the shed.
My wife? Where is she?
I have a pretty good idea.
Where is she?
I rather imagine he's got her.
He? Who?
Stuffy in that box.
Who? Where's my wife?
There, you fool. If he comes back and finds me here...
Who are you? Tell me what you know.
My name is Warren Hyde.
Hyde?
Yes. Dr. Hyde. The one who sent you the notice of your aunt's death.
But he said you were dead.
He?
The innkeeper.
Oh. Jason.
Yeah. That was his name. Jason.
I rather imagine he would tell you I'm dead. You see, he thinks he killed me.
What?
Yes. 5 years ago. He lured me out here to attend to the occupant of Merivale, Priscilla Longacre.
My aunt?
Yes. I found the woman dying. Someone had attempted to murder her. Someone did. I couldn't save her life.
The innkeeper?
Exactly. He attacked me. Left me for dead. But I recovered. And I hid the body of the dead woman. And found a place to hide myself.
But why?
Why what?
Why did you hide out? Why didn't you return and accuse the innkeeper of murder?
I had no proof. Besides, I was always devoted to Miss Longacre. I wanted to find that motive behind the crime. I did not know it would take 5 years to do so.
What was the motive?
It's not a novel one. Jason wants to buy Merivale because somewhere on this property I've buried more than 3 tons of silver.
Silver?
Yes. It was brought to England from France during the Revolution. Its owners were captured and executed, and the silver finally became a legend. But now I have discovered it.
Here? On this property?
Indeed, yes. Would you like to see it?
Now, look here. I'm not interested in silver until I find my wife. Where is she?
I think I can take you to her.
Well, then suppose you get about doing it.
We must be most careful. Here, hold the light over here.
Oh, sure.
Here, help move this straw aside. Hey, careful of the flame. There.
The trap door.
Yes. Quiet now. Very quiet.
All right.
I'm going to open it.
All right.
Careful now. Give me the light. You go first.
All right.
I'll follow. Be careful. Careful at the bottom. There's a quick-climb pit just a few feet from the bottom of the ladder. There. Here. This way. Iron pit's over there.
What's that? Emily. It's my wife. Emily.
Oh, Richard.
Oh, darling. Are you all right?
Yes, I guess so. What happened?
I don't know. The light went out. You disappeared.
Who's that?
Oh, Dr. Hyde, dear. The one who sent us the notice of Aunt Priscilla's death. Doctor, my wife.
Pleasure, Mrs. Longacre.
Where are we?
This is a chamber beneath the old shed. I discovered it the day Priscilla was murdered 5 years ago. I brought her here. Can you get up, Mrs. Longacre?
Yes, I think so.
Here, dear, I'll help you.
I must have fallen down here.
Will you come this way, please?
Can you walk, darling?
Yes, I'm all right.
Over here, if you please.
All right. Come, dear.
Here. Under the heavy glass. Look.
Oh.
The body of an old woman.
She was Priscilla Longacre. I've kept her here all these years until I could get the entire Longacre clan together. Now you are together. I waited for this day. 5 years I've waited.
Richard.
Look here, Dr. Hyde.
Jason.
Yes, Doctor.
Jason.
The innkeeper.
Watch them closely. Jason.
I'll watch them, Doctor.
Richard.
You, Dr. Hyde. You told me Jason wants to buy Maryvale. It's you who wants to buy it.
You'll never repeat that to anyone, Mr. Longacre.
Lies. And everything you told me, nothing but lies. You killed my aunt.
It took me 5 years to locate her only living relative, you, Richard Longacre. And now that you are here, Maryvale will soon be mine.
Oh, but you can't murder us.
And no one will ever find either of you in the lime pit.
Oh, no. No.
Your coffins are prepared up above there. Tomorrow there will be a funeral, but your bodies will not be in the caskets.
Oh, Richard.
Do I get my pie now, Doctor?
Oh, yes, Jason. Of course. Here.
Oh.
You've killed him.
No such luck. Merely rendered him unconscious. But he'll never regain consciousness.
What are you going to do with him?
The lime pit will take short work of him.
Oh, no, no.
Stay back. You'll join him soon enough.
Oh, don't do that.
No, wait. Stop.
I intended for you to fall into that pit. And I threw you down here through the trap door up there.
It was you up there. Crawling into that coffin and pretending to hide was all a lot of sham to lure me down here. Now, look here. I demand that you release us.
You're in no position to demand anything. Your aunt is next, and you'll follow her. And I warn you, this gun I have is loaded.
What are you going to do?
The old lady goes into the pit next.
Oh, Richard.
Let her alone.
No, not in your life. I'm kept her hidden down here for 5 years. And when I heard you were coming here, I finished.
Put that body down.
Stand back. I'll shoot if you come nearer.
Richard, don't.
You've done enough, Hailey.
Stand back.
Put her down.
No, she's going into the pit.
Put her down, I say.
Richard, come back.
You devil.
Richard, that woman.
You thought you killed me, didn't you, Doctor?
No. Take her
Thought you'd kill me after keeping me here all these years.
No.
Well, you didn't kill me, Doctor.
You stop.
You
Let me go.
didn't
Let me go.
kill me.
Oh, help the big. The big, help me. Help me. Let me go.
You have heard Funeral Arrangements Completed. Tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Alf Daniels was heard as Richard Longacre. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Emily. Fred Wayne played Dr. Hiley. Georgiana Cook was the old woman. And Muir Hyde was Jason. Next Friday at this time, one of the most unusual of all dark fantasy adventures. Created for you by Scott Bishop. Reaching. For pictures of the production Dead Hands Reaching and of the dramatic staffs of Dark Fantasy, as well as for vivid and exciting picturizations of next Friday's story, Dead Hands Reaching, we call your attention to the 2-page story appearing in the magazine Movie Radio Guide, dated tomorrow, May 16th. And now this is Tom Paxton reminding you to buy United States war bonds and stamps. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight, two of radio's foremost actors, Ralph Bell and Robert Dryden, in The Last Survivor.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we journey into the unknown in the story I call The Last Survivor. In a small 6x10 feet radio compartment, a man sits sprawled in the transmission operator's chair. His hair is unkempt, his face bearded. He stares at the panel board before him with vacant, bloodshot eyes. Now and then, as though in a dream, and as if for the 1000th time, he leans forward and picks up a wireless radio phone.
Calling base, San Augustine. Come in, base, San Augustine. Over. Calling base, San Augustine. Come in, San Augustine. Over.
They don't answer, do they?
No, Connors, I'm afraid not. How do you feel?
I'm all right. Colonel, why don't you try another channel?
I've tried them all. Haven't been able to make contact.
Have you checked the equipment?
Yes, to the best of my ability. As far as I can see, it seems to be in working order.
Maybe if you were to help me to my feet, I could double-check it for for you.
No, Connors. Lie where you are. Don't try getting up. Take it easy.
But I'm a radio man. I know the equipment.
Later, Connors, later. Is there anything I can get you? Food, water?
No. No, thank you, Colonel. It's strange. Just the two of us out here. Like this.
Yes.
What will you do when you're alone, Colonel?
Alone?
I can't last much longer.
Oh, nonsense, Connors. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right, do you hear?
Who are you kidding, Colonel? Me? Or yourself? It's a strange way to end up, isn't it?
A strange way to end up? Yes. I remember that day. So long ago. So very long ago. I feel as if I were looking back on another age. And perhaps I am. What year was it? 1947? Yes. It was a year like so many the world has known. It was a year of war and peace, of fear and hope, of feast and famine. And I was stationed at the Army Air Base at San Augustine, New Mexico, chief of the experimental rocket section. It was in the spring of 1947, May 8th to be exact, that I was ordered to report at General Farnsworth's office.
Come in.
Colonel Worthy reporting, sir.
Oh, come in, Dick. Have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Orders have just come through for you to report to the chief in Washington.
Washington?
That's right.
Have you any idea what it's about, sir?
Yes, I was speaking to the chief just a few minutes ago. Seems they're interested in those spaceship plans you submitted to them.
My interplanet rocket ship plans?
Yes. The chief and his technical staff seem to think you did an excellent job. It started a certain amount of activity.
But, sir, I clearly stated in my accompanying report that a flight into space is impossible at this time. The fuel just doesn't exist that can power an interplanet spaceship.
It seems that you're wrong, Dick.
Wrong?
Yes. According to Professor Murray, atomic power could make your interplanet ship practical. And if anyone should know, it would be Professor Murray. He helped develop the atomic bomb.
You mean he's interested?
So I understand. The chief's going to ask for an appropriation of $20 million for the development and construction of an atomic-powered spaceship. You and Professor Murray are to work on the project jointly. How soon can you leave?
I'll be ready in an hour, sir.
There'll be a plane at your disposal.
Good luck. Thank you, sir.
Well, I've looked forward for some time now to meeting you, Colonel.
Thank you, Professor Murray. Why did you become interested in my plan, sir?
As you know, I am one of the scientists who helped develop the atomic bomb. It was a terrible responsibility. And we scientists must answer to a great extent for its use. I'm hoping that through a successful spaceship, mankind will turn to peaceful uses of atomic energy.
I understand, sir.
I've studied your plans with minute care, and the ship you've blueprinted is a masterpiece of design.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh, not at all. You deserve praise for your work. Now, as for the fuel problem, I'm convinced atomic energy is the answer.
But, Professor, what about the radiation danger, if it were used?
We would have to design and construct an engine that would be a complete unit in itself and completely sealed off from the rest of the ship. Now, according to my calculations, very rough calculations at the moment, the ship would have to achieve an acceleration of 4h to reach a velocity of 8 miles a second, at which speed it could attain enough momentum.
A little over 2 years later, the completed XIP-1 was wheeled from its hangar at San Augustine, New Mexico. Its towering cylindrical body rose 240 feet into the air, and its silver nose, pointing skyward, gleamed under the strong sun. The field was cleared of all personnel, and from a concrete observation control tower 2 miles away, Professor Murray and I prepared to send it on its first test flight.
Well, Dick, this is it. The culmination of all our years of work. There's the XIP out there ready for flight.
Yes. Well, the next few hours will tell all. The field's been cleared, Professor. We're ready to proceed.
Then take over, Dick. I'll stand by. Keep an eye on the observation, radar, and control course.
Sound flight warning signal.
Sound flight warning signal.
Switch on control panel.
Switch on control panel.
Switch on tower receiver.
Switch on tower receiver.
Switch on XIP flight radio center.
Switch on XIP flight radio center.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
The ship is hovering, Dick.
Yes. Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
There goes the XIP. She's taking off.
Instrument reading.
Rate of flight, 500 miles per hour. Altitude, 1,000 feet. Rate of flight, 2,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 90,000 feet. Rate of altitude, 4,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 200,000 feet.
Hour after hour, we traced the flight of the XIP through space. When night came, the ship's flaming tail became visible to the naked eye as it traveled further and further into the infinite. At dawn, after the XIP had flown well over 1,000,000 miles, electronic light signals were sent out to reverse the ship's course and direct it back toward Earth. 12 hours later, the XIP landed safely at the San Augustine base. It was that moment. It was the beginning of a new age. The age of interplanet travel. A year passed, and the XIP made test flight after test flight, flying greater and greater distances on automatic radio instrument control. And finally, the day came when we were ready. Ready to consider the first human flight into space.
Well, Dick, after weeks of discussion with our leading scientists, our objective has been selected.
What's it to be, Professor?
The planet Mars.
Oh, why Mars?
Oh, for a number of very excellent reasons. Mars is the closest planet to us. Furthermore, it's the planet that we know the most about, little as that may be.
Mars, that would be a flight of approximately 50 million miles one way.
Yes. How soon do you think the XIP can be prepared for such a flight?
Oh, I should estimate 30 days.
30 days. All right, Dick. We'll set September 15th as flight day.
Ready for flight, sir. The crew are at their station.
Thank you. Is there anything, Professor, you want to say before we take off?
No, Dick. Everyone's been thoroughly briefed.
Well, then the moment's arrived. Stand by for flight orders.
Stand by for flight orders.
Sound warning signal.
Sound warning signal.
Fasten safety belts.
Fasten safety belts.
Switch on flight vision screen.
Switch on flight vision screen.
Establish contact with base.
Establish contact with base.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
We're off.
Instrument reading.
Flight distance covered, 5,000 feet. Time, 5 seconds. Flight velocity, 600 miles per hour. Flight distance covered, 80,000 feet. Time, 9 seconds. Flight velocity, 2,000 miles per hour.
With each passing second, the XIP gained speed, carrying us ever faster towards the edge of the Earth's gravitational field. All was silent in the command room, except for the voice of the control officer reading the instrument panels. As the 8-minute flight mark approached, we reached the zenith of our speed, the professor blacked out, held from falling only by his safety belt. One by one, the technicians and crew members lost consciousness. And then I, too, found my vision failing, and all became black. When I regained consciousness, I found other members of the crew already recovered and at their stations. The professor was slowly coming to as I got to my feet. Instrument reading.
Flight distance covered, 15,000 miles. Time, 27 minutes, 30 seconds. Flight velocity, 26,000 miles per hour.
How do you feel, Professor?
Oh, my heart's acting up a bit, but I can't expect too much from it at my age. Everyone else all right?
Yes, everyone came through fine. Professor, look at the flight vision screen. You can see the Earth, 16,000 miles behind us.
As a scientist, I knew what it would look like from this distance. And yet, it's incredible. You can see the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans and the North and South American continents from pole to pole. Half the world.
Yes. It's like looking down on a small globe of the world.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Are we holding to our course, Dick?
Oh, yes, Professor. The automatic instrument controls haven't deviated a hairline. We're dead on course.
Good. If our calculations are correct, in 76 days, we should reach Mars.
The days and weeks passed, and each was one of discovery, of new knowledge, of sights never before seen by human beings. Excitement grew ever increasingly greater as the flight distance to Mars lessened. Crew members would stand for hours before the flight vision screen, scanning the planet we were bound for. At dawn of the 76th day, we approached Mars. The nuclear jet engines were cut, and as Mars drew us towards her orbit, we prepared to land. Stand by to land on Mars.
Attention, crew members. Stand by to land on Mars.
How quiet it is. It seems strange not to hear the engines after 76 days.
Yes. Switch on radar sender.
Switch on radar sender.
Instrument reading.
Rate of descent, 1,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 300,000 feet.
The orbit of Mars is exerting a strong pull toward its surface.
Yes. Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Instrument reading.
Rate of descent, 500 miles per hour. Altitude, 100,000 feet.
Once we enter Mars' atmosphere, it'll help cut down our speed.
We should be just about entering it now.
Rate of descent, 200 miles per hour. Altitude, 60,000 feet. Entering atmosphere. Pressure, 2 pounds.
That's much better.
Rate of descent, 100 miles per hour. Altitude, 20,000 feet. Pressure, 5 pounds. Hovering. Altitude, 1,000 feet. 800 feet. 600. 300. 100. Flight completed.
Cut retarding jet number 1.
Cut retarding jet number 1.
Cut radar sender.
Cut radar sender.
Well, Professor, we've done it. We've reached another planet and begun a new age.
Yes. Let's hope that as a result of this flight, atomic energy will be used for peace and not for war.
Well, shall we have a look at this planet? Switch on scanning screen.
Switch on scanning screen.
A moment later, a picture formed on the scanning screen, and we saw the landscape of Mars. As far as the eye could see, there was desert. Wide tracts of brown, barren soil broken here and there by ugly, thorny desert plants. Now and then a gust of wind would come swirling across this desert, all but obscuring the view. There were no visible signs of life out there. Only great vastness and great loneliness. It's just wasteland. Nothing but wasteland.
It reminds me a great deal of the deserts of Tibet.
Disappointing, isn't it?
Oh, come now. This is only a small part of Mars. Who knows what the countryside may be a few hundred miles from here?
Yes, that's true. The Martian canals, which we've studied through telescopes on Earth, now we'll be able to see them close up.
Yes, it's going to be a great adventure exploring this planet. Well, we'd better proceed with our preliminary test, Dick. Ascertain what the air out there is composed of, what the temperature is, and 101 other things.
I'll assemble our scientists at once, Professor, and have them go to work. We seem to have accumulated over 1,000 pages of scientific notes almost overnight, Professor.
Yes, we've accomplished quite a bit. The air out there is composed of 15% oxygen, 83.7% nitrogen, and traces of other gases.
Is that sufficient oxygen for us to live out there?
Yes, but you'll find yourself constantly gasping for breath. It'll be necessary to carry along pure oxygen and breathe it in now and then.
I see. When may we leave the ship?
I suggest we start this afternoon. I'll draw up a list of the equipment we'll need. What's that?
Our radar alarm. Someone has broken through the radar system. Connors, what zone is this breakthrough from?
Zone 5, sir.
Zone 5. That means 250 miles away. Connors, can you pick up anything?
I can hear something very faintly, sir. Sounds like motors.
Motors?
Well, it looks as if we've learned something else. Not only is Mars inhabited, but it apparently has a highly developed civilization.
Yes.
They're in Zone 4 now, sir. I can pick up the sound of motors quite clearly.
Zone 4. That means they'll reach us in another 3 minutes. Professor, you've seen my orders. In a situation such as this, I'm to take off and return to Earth.
Yes, I know. What a pity to have come so far and have to return now.
I know, but those are my orders. We can't risk the XIP and all the knowledge we've gained.
Yes, you're right.
Zone 3 has been penetrated, sir.
Stand by to take off.
Attention, crew members. Stand by to take off.
Cut off radar system.
Cut off radar system.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Week after week passed uneventfully as we traveled homeward. Already we were discussing the second flight we would make to Mars and the other spaceships that would be built to follow the path of the XIP.
Well, Dick, there's our own planet, looming larger with each passing hour.
Yes. Another 48 hours and we'll be home. I imagine our return will create quite a stir.
Yes. I hope it won't delay us too long in preparing for our second flight.
This flight of ours will have a tremendous effect on mankind.
Yes. And I'm hoping for the better. Mankind can't stand an atomic war. It would be the end of us all.
Well, look at the flight vision screen. Certainly, the Earth appears peaceful enough at this moment.
Yes, but a weapon such as atomic energy...
Professor.
What is it?
The flight vision screen. Look. Huge explosions on Earth.
What? Good Lord.
Look. One explosion after another. Great fires mushrooming up. What is it, an earthquake?
No, Dick.
Well, then what?
Those are atomic explosions.
What? Oh, no, they couldn't be.
I was at Los Alamos, Bikini. I've seen atomic explosions before.
Connors.
Yes, sir.
Establish radio contact with San Augustine.
Yes, sir. XIP calling base.
It's
San
horrible.
Augustine.
Horrible.
XIP calling base.
One explosion
San Augustine.
after another.
Come in, base.
The whole Earth appears to be in
San
flames.
Augustine.
Yes.
Over.
It's the end of the world.
Now, don't talk like that. It can't be. Connors, what's wrong?
I don't know, sir. San Augustine doesn't answer. All I hear are explosions.
Good Lord. Why?
Professor, the Earth seems to be disintegrating. Great fiery pieces are being blown into space.
It is disintegrating. The atomic explosions have started a chain reaction. In a few more seconds, the XIP will feel the impact.
You mean out here?
Yes, even out here.
Sound the alarm. All crew members to stations.
It's too late, Dick. Nothing can save us. It's the end of the world with us. Any moment now, there'll be a gigantic explosion which will
When I regained consciousness, 12 hours later, I was lying in the radio compartment beside Connors, the radio man. My left arm and a number of my ribs were broken, and I had a slight concussion of the brain. I pulled myself to my feet and staggered into the command room. The nuclear engines were silent. The ship a shambles. The professor and 7 other men in the command room had been killed almost instantaneously. I slowly made my way through one compartment after another. Out of a crew of 42, only Connors and myself were alive. I returned to the radio compartment. Hours later, Connors recovered consciousness. Following his instructions, I repaired the scanning screen and turned on a small auxiliary engine which was still in working order. A moment later, a picture formed on the scanning screen.
Is that Colonel?
Yes, Connors. What's left of it?
There are still huge fires burning.
Yes.
The whole face of the Earth seems changed. I can't recognize any part of it.
Nor can I.
Colonel, what do you think happened?
I don't know. You and I will never know.
Do you suppose anyone could have lived through it?
No, Connors, no. No one could have lived through it.
I didn't think so. What are we going to do, Colonel?
Do? There's nothing we can do. The XIP's disabled. It'll remain here out in space. We have food and water for 6 months, possibly longer.
I wish I had gone with the others.
Oh, no, don't talk like that, Connors.
What will you do when you're alone, Colonel?
Alone?
I can't last much longer.
Nonsense, Connors. You're going to be all right.
Who are you kidding, Colonel? Me? Or yourself? It's a strange way to end up, isn't it?
Connors. I'm alone now. Sitting here, staring at the scanning screen. And as I look at that burning, unrecognizable planet once called Earth, the same question keeps running through my mind. What happened? And why? Why did the Earth explode in fire? Was there anything that I, Richard Werby, might have done to prevent that all-consuming Holocaust? And I know that as long as I, the last survivor, live? I'll keep asking myself, why did it happen? Why?
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What's that, madam? It's a fearful picture? I agree. Well, fortunately, it doesn't have to happen, and won't happen if we don't want it to. And if... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
Listen for The Mysterious Traveler at its new time next Tuesday night at 7. Listen for Secret Missions next week at this time. And now stay tuned for the latest news. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Lord save us, Miss Peters. Whatever's happened to the doctor?
It's all right, Paul. Just get his bed ready and bring me a basin with plenty of hot water and some towels.
Did he meet with an accident?
A slight one. I don't think he's seriously injured. But I'll get you to send for Dr. Hunt and get him to examine him.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. What a picture Dr. Lanyon's away.
It is a pity, but he's on his honeymoon, so we'll just have to make the best of Dr. Hunt. Can you put his arm around your shoulders and help me upstairs with him?
Yes, yes, of course. Now, steady on, sir. Steady on, sir. Just lean on me.
Take it easily, Henry.
I can manage.
Don't try too much, Henry. You've had a bad shaking, to say the least of it.
I'll be all right after I've had a night's sleep.
Here we are.
Here's your room, sir, now. Easy now. Now, through the door, sir.
Right.
That's right. Now, just wait a minute till I get you a chair. Would you care for some brandy or anything, sir?
No, just help me into bed.
I'll leave you now. Fool, call me, will you, as soon as you're ready?
Yes, Miss Peters.
Thank you.
By the way, miss, could I have a word with you outside?
Yes, of course. Just wait a minute till I close the door. What is it?
There's two men waiting downstairs to see the doctor. From Scotland Yard, they said they were.
You mean detective?
Yes, I guess it must be something to do with the man Hyde. Did you see the evening papers?
Yes, I did. You go back to the doctor and don't say a word to him. I'll go down and see them right away.
Who, what are you talking about?
Coming, sir. Coming, sir.
Good afternoon. Are you waiting to see Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, we are. I'm Inspector Davidson from Scotland Yard, and this is Mr. James.
Well, I'm afraid you can't possibly see him just now. He's met with a slight accident, and until the doctor sees him...
Is he seriously injured?
I don't think so, but he can't be upset in any way.
This is very urgent.
Why is it?
It's in connection with the murder of Mr. Alfred Utterson. As you know, we have every reason to believe that it was committed by a man named Edward Hyde. He was an associate of Dr. Jekyll's, and we've come into possession of fresh evidence that proves that he came to Dr. Jekyll's house the night of the murder and was admitted by a side door that leads to the doctor's secret laboratory. That's not true.
Henry, what are you doing down here?
Oh, I don't want to worry you, Dr. Jekyll.
You're not worrying me. What do you want?
We want to know if you were aware that Edward Hyde made use of that door into your laboratory the night of the murder.
Edward Hyde did not come in that door. Whoever told you so was a liar.
Henry, try not and get so excited.
Excited? Why, what are these men trying to suggest? Do they think that I would conceal such a fiend as this man Hyde?
We know that he was in the habit of coming to your place, Doctor.
That was before I fully realized what kind of man he was. I tell you, I drove him out of my life. I know nothing of him. I don't even know his whereabouts, and hope to heaven that I never set eyes on him again as long as I live.
If we could have a look, sir.
Look as much as you like. Here are the keys.
Thank you.
Poke and pry into every nook and cranny in the house. You'll not find anything.
Very well, sir. Thank you very much. Come along, James. We'll have a look in that laboratory.
gone some time. What does it mean? Surely they don't think that...
Never mind what they think. If they want to have a look, they can. Edward Hyde has disappeared off the face of this earth. And no detective who ever lived will be able to find the slightest trace of him.
Henry, dear, are you sure you'll be all right sitting here in these gardens all by yourself?
Yes, of course I will. I've got this book to read and the sun to warm me. I'll probably go to sleep.
I won't be any longer than I can help, but I must go and see one or two of our patients.
I know you must. Tell them I'll be back on the job again tomorrow. Oh, by the way, if old Harris is in much pain, you can increase the dose of morphia just a little. I'll leave it to you to decide if he needs it.
Yes, I understand. I'll come back here for you. I shouldn't be longer than an hour.
You'll find me waiting here for you. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye.
Lovely day, sir. Mind if I just rake up these few leaves from round your feet, sir?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead.
First sign of autumn, they be. Though you'd never think it to feel the warmth of that sun on your back.
Huh. Make a lot of extra work, don't they?
Oh, all one to me, sir. I've been in charge of this part of Kensington Gardens for 39 years now, and spring, summer, autumn, winter, it don't make no difference. Every season has its own charm, I always says. Hey, will you just look at them children running all over the borders? Hey, get off them edges, you rascals, or I'll be after you. Get away there.
This is good. I don't know when I felt so lazy or so content.
You've lost your sense of fear, haven't you? You think you've got rid of Hyde. You've shaken him off. He won't come back to haunt you anymore. You're wrong. He's with you now. You're remembering, aren't you? You're thinking of the things you used to do, the pleasures and the lusts, the frightful things you did.
Oh, stop, for pity's sake.
Pity? What have I to do with pity?
Oh, leave me in peace.
What have you and I to do with peace? This woman, Helen, do you think that she'll be able to satisfy you and keep me at bay? Have you forgotten the women we knew in Limehouse? That negress in the sailor's tavern? That Eurasian woman on the waterfront? The one who tried to knife me and who'll carry a scar across her face till she goes to the grave? Those were the days and nights when the blood raced through your veins like lava, not the sluggish stream that lulls you off to sleep today.
I'm happier this way.
There's no such thing as happiness for you, Henry Jekyll. You forswore peace and happiness in the first moment you lifted that fatal draught to your lips and called out of the depths of your immortal soul the creature that was Edward Hyde. The creature that is stronger than yourself. The creature that even at this moment is claiming you again, is throwing off the shape and form of Henry Jekyll and emerging once again as Hyde.
No. Let me go.
You can't escape. You can't escape.
Yes, Miss Peters. A telegram came, and I thought I'd better bring it across to him.
Well, he's sitting over there behind that little clump of trees. Come and we'll find him.
But I looked there, miss. I don't think he's there.
Oh, then he can't be very far away. Perhaps he's taken a little walk down the path. I've been longer than I thought, and I expect he got tired of waiting.
Well, I've been here close on half an hour, miss, and I can't find him anywhere.
I wondered if he'd go home and pass you somewhere on the way.
That's quite possible. Maybe I'd better go back.
Yes, do. I'll look a little while longer, and then I'll go back to the house, too. It's getting rather cold now. I don't think he'd stay outdoors much longer.
Perhaps that gardener over there might have noticed where he went.
Yes, I'll go and ask him. Did you notice the gentleman sitting on that seat behind that clump of trees, Gardener?
A gentleman, miss? Wearing tweeds, youngish looking with the white hair?
Yes, that's him. Do you know where he went?
Oh, I was wondering the same myself. I was talking to him and just went off to shoo away some children off the borders, and when I came back, he'd gone.
Oh. How long ago was that?
Oh, upward of 2 hours, I'd say. I seen him come here with him, and it weren't very long after you left.
That's funny. Didn't you see him go?
No, I didn't. I was away not more than 5 minutes or so, and when I come back, there weren't no sign of him.
Oh, I wondered if he'd go for a walk.
Oh, I didn't see him. As a matter of fact, there's been no one along this way but one queer-looking customer who comes shuffling along with his head down, and that was about an hour ago. Come to think of it, I seen him sitting on that seat where your friend were.
Did you? What was he like?
Oh, hard to say, miss. Little he were. Queer shape, too, and you never seen such clothes. Must have been 2 sizes too big for him. I took him for a tramp and went to ask him what he was doing here, and I tell you straight, miss, the look he gave me fair froze the blood in my veins.
Look? What sort of a look?
Hard to describe. I've never seen the like of it before. Ugly, vindictive. Like as if he'd been glad of an excuse to fly at me throat.
Well, where did he go?
Straight out through the gates. The last I seen of him, he was getting into a cab, and the driver seemed as though he wasn't going to take him at first, and then the little cove must have said something to him, for the fella touched his hat pretty smart-like and drove away.
What a funny thing. I don't know why it is, but even to hear you talk about him makes me feel queer.
Oh, if you'd have seen him, miss, I tell you, I haven't got over it yet. I'll be right glad when the time comes to close up the gates and make tracks for home. He got on my nerves, he has. I shouldn't like to meet him after dark, and that's the truth. I only got one look, and then he pulled his hat down over his eyes and turned away. He didn't seem to want me to see it. And no wonder, I say.
Well, perhaps he's quite harmless after all.
To judge by the looks of him, there's nothing that he wouldn't be capable of, even murder. Why, strike me pink.
What's the matter?
I know who he is.
What?
I recognize the description. There's £2,000 reward for him.
What are you talking about?
That chap was Edward Hyde, the murderer.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. No tale from beyond the frontier of mysterious Tibet or from the depths of dark Africa is more weird than tonight's unsolved mystery, laid in California. A mystery which, for downright eeriness, rivals the imaginative writings of an Arthur Conan Doyle. The scene is a famous war correspondent's home in Hollywood, California. A group of guests, seated comfortably on the wide veranda, watch the twinkling lights of the film colony. And every so often the stabbing finger of a giant searchlight cuts the deep blue of the sky and loses itself in the unfathomable spaces beyond. A prominent motion picture director sweeps his arm over the scene as he turns from the veranda rail to face the group.
Oh, I know everything's swell in Hollywood, but sometimes I'd like to get away from it all. Go someplace to rest where no one would ask any questions and where I could be alone.
And where no one would say yes.
Yes, instead of being asked questions and telling people what to do, I'd like to ask a few questions myself.
But would you like having someone tell you what to do? You've been an important director for a long time now. Taking orders from someone else might not be so easy.
Well, I'd like to try it. Yeah, it's getting late. I guess we ought to be letting you get to bed, Bill.
Oh, don't mind me.
After all, I can get up when I like. I don't have to be on the lot at dawn.
But we really ought to be going. Come on, Bob.
I'll get you a wrap.
Wait behind a minute when the others are gone, pal.
Righto.
Good night, Bill. As always, we've had a swell of time.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Good night, Bill.
Sit down, Val.
Oh, why so serious, Bill?
I want to talk to you.
Yes?
Listen, old man, if you don't let up, you're going to crack. You can't go on the way you've been doing, working almost night and day, turning out super colossals. Oh, I'm not being sarcastic. Everybody knows that you're the director. But even genius must have a rest.
Yes, Bill, you're right, but
Wait. You said a few moments ago that you'd like to go somewhere where you'd do the questioning, where you'd be ordered about.
And I mean it. I wasn't just talking.
Well, I'll tell you where to go, but you must make me a promise.
Yes? I'll promise.
When I've told you, you must go. And you must go with no idea of personal profit or gain. No idea of using what you may find for picture material. Else, I don't know what might happen to you.
I promise.
Several years ago, I read a book called A Dweller on Two Planets. The man who did the physical writing claimed that one whom he called the Master stood by his shoulder and dictated the entire book. I checked into the thing and found that the author was only a young boy at the time the work was done. He would have hardly had the necessary experience to write such a book. So I investigated further.
I've read the book, written by Philos.
Yes. Well, I also saw an article printed in a prominent metropolitan daily. The writer had gone to the slopes of Mount Shasta and had discovered there the same type of people that Philos had written of in his Dweller on Two Planets.
Seems to me that I read something in the Times about strange, unaccountable lights being seen from the region of Mount Shasta.
Right. And so, all in all, and being a newspaper man and of an inquisitive turn of mind, I went there.
You did?
Yes. I got to Dunsmuir in Northern California about 10 in the morning. Soon after, began making my way towards the slopes of Mount Shasta. I had a strange feeling. A feeling of expectancy. There was a deep silence, except for the singing of birds and the sound of a waterfall. I'd been sitting on a rock. Oh, I don't know how long, when...
My son, do you seek knowledge?
What? Well, where are you?
At your side.
Oh, now I see you. What was that you said?
It is of no matter. You are a newspaper man?
Yes, I am.
But you would also seek the truth?
Well, to be quite frank, I read quite a bit about the masters of Mount Shasta, and I wanted to find out for myself.
That was known to us. I have come here to speak with you.
Yes?
Certain things will be disclosed to you, but you must not use these disclosures in your newspaper work. For the benefit of mankind, you may use them, but for profit, no. It is a testament between us?
Yes, I swear it.
We go now to the temple.
Temple? What temple?
The temple of enlightenment. It is before you.
But there is no temple. There was no temple. I can't believe my eyes. There it is, all gleaming white.
Come, my son. My son, many things cannot be explained. You would have to stay among us for many years.
But at least tell me this. Who are you, and where did you come from?
We have been here always.
But why don't other people see you?
Other people do see us, my son. The visitors, the vacationists to the mountains see us. But to each is disclosed only what he wishes to see. To the tourist looking for the barefoot hermit, I am the barefoot hermit. To him who looks for a man grown old among the mountains, that is what I am. To the seeker after truth, I am a guide, the servant of the Master.
But that still doesn't tell me who you are.
Some foolish ones think that we are descendants of the lost tribes of Atlantis. We were before Atlantis was.
You mean that you're centuries old, that you never die?
Death, my son, is but an illusion. Your friends in Hollywood who cannot see you, to them, you might as well be dead.
But they know I'm not. They know I'm away on a trip.
And should you decide to forsake the world and stay with us, what then would your friends think?
They'd think, well, that I'd suffered a lapse of memory or something.
And should the years pass and still you did not return, they would then think you dead. But you would not be, you would be with us.
I see what you mean. Things are comparative, aren't they?
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, they are one in infinity. In the great scheme of things, they are not separable. Look, if you would understand more clearly, look in the pool.
In the pool?
Yes, at your feet.
Well, I'll be. My house. And Val sitting there on the veranda. He's talking to someone. But there's no one there.
He is talking to you, my son.
But I'm here.
But he believes that you are there.
Oh, I see now. Yes, I'm there. And the friends of the other evening, the night I made up my mind to come here.
But a bare moon pass.
If you can do that, let me see into the future.
No, my son.
I'm not afraid.
No, I have spoken. Come, there is much to see.
We'll be right back with more of our Unsolved Mystery right after this short break. This is Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
It's impossible to tell you of everything I saw and was told while I was there. Time meant nothing. What I'd left behind me in Hollywood meant nothing. I remember sitting thinking, and then looking up to find myself seated on the same rock I'd been sitting on that day the master first spoke to me.
Oh, you awoke to find yourself seated at the same spot.
Awoke? What do you mean?
Well, wasn't the whole thing a dream brought on by what you had anticipated?
That's what I thought at first. An extraordinarily vivid and realistic dream. But when I returned to the hotel, a few surprises awaited me.
Yes?
In the first place, I found that I'd been gone 90 days.
What?
The hotel people told me that I'd returned to the hotel, paid my room for 90 days, and told them I was going away for a time.
Was that when you sent me word that you wouldn't be back in town as early as you expected?
I never sent you any word.
But, Bill, you sent telegrams to Watkins, to Ruth, to Simpkins, and me.
You mean that you all received telegrams, but I didn't send them?
But that's impossible, man. Fantastic.
Perhaps. But you go to Shasta, or to Dunsmuir, and look at the telegraph company's files. You won't find any originals there. And here, let me show you something.
What?
This check. Look at it. It's the check the hotel people said that I gave them.
It looks all right to me. Your signature, all right.
Did you ever see ink as black as that?
Well, no,
Hold the check up to the light. Can you detect any signs of the scratch of a pen?
No, I admit that
That check, Val, was never taken from my checkbook. I didn't write it. It's a sample of the master's powers of materialization.
But there must be some explanation.
Yes, I think there is, and I'll try to give it to you.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Mount Shasta mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in this solution for which you have been waiting.
Well, Bill, what about that explanation?
In the first place, do you think it's possible to think of the impossible?
Let me see if I follow you. Can I imagine the impossible? No, I don't believe I can. The very fact that I can think of something makes that something possible.
If you believe in the power of mind over matter...
Well, as far as I'm concerned, mind is all-powerful.
Now let's look at biology for an instant. Every so often, a specimen is found that is a definite link between some animal alive today and some other animal that's been extinct for centuries.
I see your drift. You mean that these people are a link between us and some long-dead people who possess powers we don't know how to use?
Yes. If you read Colonel Churchward's book on Mu, you will find logical arguments in favor of the theory that the Lemurians migrated to the North American continent.
And that some of them landed to the south and became the ancient Mayas.
Right. And the ancient Mayas certainly had something that we don't possess, as did the ancient Egyptians.
Yes, we're all too inclined to think of America as a land inhabited by nothing but warlike Indians before it was settled.
Only the other day, a skeleton was found near the La Brea pits in Los Angeles, and scientists have agreed that it's not less than 15,000 years old. So isn't it possible that descendants of these ancient peoples still live in isolated parts of the country?
And not liking our modern civilization, they simply withdraw from it?
That's it. After my experience, you can hardly blame me for believing that a strange people do live on the slopes of Mount Shasta.
You are about to hear a story suggested by actual events, so that no innocent person shall suffer. Names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you a story transcribed from the front pages of our great metropolitan newspapers. A story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents Mr. Gregory Peck, who's going to tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter, a story of juvenile use of narcotics in the United States today. Hey, Hap, do you remember starting your car engine by a hand crank?
I sure do, Harlow. I worked like a horse.
Well, you'd work like 3 horses to start today's modern engines, Hap. But now electricity does it and other jobs, like running your heater, radio, lights, and horn.
Electricity's pretty important to a car, eh?
It's vital, Hap. And that's where Autolite comes in. Because Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Why, my car's Autolite equipped, Harlow.
And that means all the Autolite units, including the coil, distributor, generator, starting motor, and their thousands of component parts, are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill.
It's sort of a family team, eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap. A family team working together to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. So, friends, take a tip from me and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. Because only Autolite original factory parts can assure you the balance and perfect timing built into your car's Autolite electrical system right on the assembly line. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with the truth about Jerry Baxter and the performance of Mr. Gregory Peck, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Police, ma'am. We'd like to search your room, please.
Shut up.
Oh, it's not your fault. Go on, call them. Let them know.
Shut up. I've got the gun. If they come in this room, I'll kill you. You make a sound, I'll kill you.
We're just down the hall now. You know they'll come in here. Come on, kid. Do as I say.
Too hot. I can't breathe.
Open the door.
Oh. No, don't get me. Oh, get me.
Give me the gun.
Get your head. Oh. Oh. I warned you. I warned you. I gotta kill them all. I will. I will. I gotta get out.
There was a lot of pain and a sick feeling. I could hear him crying, and I knew that I had to try and do something before he started shooting. That would be the end. Then sounds faded away, and I remembered everything that happened as if it was a dream, only it wasn't a dream. It happened all right. With Jerry, it started at home. A mother and father who didn't have time, who didn't care. Next, in high school, smoking a smoke that wasn't a cigarette. Then keep up with the gang until it was costing him nearly $50 a day to escape reality for a few hours. It was all in your newspapers a few weeks ago. How they arrested Jerry Baxter and sent him to a correction school for peddling narcotics in the high school yard. That was only the beginning. I'm a juvenile investigator, state of California, but this could have happened in any state. My name, McIntyre. I know Jerry better than his parents, which is bad. I got talking to him in correction school and asked him to tell me what happened after he'd been arrested.
I'll talk about it.
Why not, Jerry?
Because it's like remembering what happens when you die. That's what it's like when all of a sudden they don't let you have this stuff.
Well, I want to know, Jerry.
What do you want to know? You go nuts? They tie you down because you want to kill anybody? Yourself. You want to try it for 6 months, then see what happens when you can't get any more?
You were 16 when you started using narcotics, weren't you?
Yeah.
When did you start peddling?
When I didn't have enough money to buy anymore. A fellow in high school put me on to someone. I got all I wanted by selling marijuana to the kids.
Well, that's when they arrested you.
Yeah.
You got into a fight here a few months ago.
Yeah.
You want to tell me?
Don't kid me, that you know.
Well, I'd like to hear your side. Why did you fight?
The other kid was getting out. He kept talking about it. Sent me crazy, I guess.
So you beat him up?
No. He had a knife and I got cut. They sent me to the infirmary.
They treat you all right there?
Guess so. I don't know. Why don't they let me alone?
Let you alone? Who?
Everybody. Just let me alone.
I haven't been able to locate your family, Jerry.
Neither have I. They threw me out of the house 2 years ago, and I haven't seen them since.
Have you tried? Did you look?
Who needs it?
He told me a lot more, and I got to know him well. That's when I was sure that this was a sick kid, not an habitual criminal. But he'd learned to hate. It was in his face, his manner. It was a furious hate, the stuff killing's made of. That's what I wanted to stop. So I took him before the parole board. I've been telling these people about you, Jerry.
Yeah. Mr. McIntyre feels that yours is a special case, Jerry. The fact that you gave evidence against the man who supplied you with narcotics, even though we couldn't prove anything against him, still it's in your favor. So, however, we feel you should know that we don't altogether agree with Mr. McIntyre. Your record here hasn't been very promising. So let's get it over with. The recommendation has been made that you be released from correction school. Now, if we grant a parole, Mr. McIntyre has arranged for you to work in a department store in Oakland.
I didn't ask a favor.
In view of the boy's attitude, Mr. McIntyre...
Yeah, I know. He's got a chip. But isn't that enough for you to see what I meant in my report?
We have a responsibility to the citizens of the community. I don't say the boy's incorrigible.
Then give him a chance. You know the background. He's lived with punishments all his life. More of it won't cure anything. Let's try a little understanding and kindness.
Very well, Mr. McIntyre. The board will make its decision this afternoon.
Jerry Baxter was released the following week, and after being warned about association with former friends, was given $50 to get to Oakland and rent a room. I arranged a weekly report date with him and gave him $20 more for luck. He left the correction school at 10:30, and 5 minutes later was in the worst trouble he'd ever found in his life.
Get in. Thanks. Going as far as Oakland?
Sure.
Well, saves me bus fare.
You, live in Oakland?
I got a job there. I used to live in San Francisco.
Big hop. Across the bay.
Yeah.
You mind driving fast?
No, I don't mind.
I'm in a hurry.
Okay with me.
Jerry sat in the car and tried to watch the countryside flashing by. He didn't want to look at the woman. He said that. She was pretty, well-dressed, wearing a reddish fur coat. He knew she had plenty of money. It would have been easy to make her stop the car, put her out, and take whatever she had. Would have been easy. But he didn't do it. Just sat. That's what he said he did.
Well, we'll be in Oakland in a couple of more miles. I'm going to stop at the drugstore on the next corner. Make a phone call, okay?
All right with me.
Gee, parking's getting awful. Look at that.
Hey, there's a place right outside the store. Oh, no, that's no good. It's a tire place.
Oh, that's all right. I won't be a minute. You slide over behind the wheel. You can drive, can't you?
Sure, but I...
It's okay. If you get a ticket, it's on me. I'll be right back.
He was alone in the car. The keys were in the ignition. It would have been easy. If he ever thought of doing it, that was the time. But he didn't think of it. He said he didn't. He was just sitting there, waiting for her to come out when the squad car came around the corner and stopped. 2 patrolmen got out.
Oh, you parked, son?
Yeah.
How about moving it?
Look, I don't see no fires. There's no place else in the block. It's just for a minute.
Better move it anyway.
Hold it. What's your car?
Some dame in the store making a call.
How come you're driving?
I'm not. She asked me to sit behind the wheel.
Stolen? Yeah. Better get out, kid.
What for? I haven't done anything.
Come on.
I tell you, it's not mine. Ask her. She's right in the drugstore. Red fur coat and yellow hair. Ask her.
What's your name?
Jerry Baxter.
Where do you live?
I'm in Oakland.
Address?
Yeah, I haven't got one yet. I got a job. Listen.
What do you got?
Glove compartment. Loaded 38 in this package.
That ain't mine. I never even seen it.
Sure. Hey, this is for the narcotics squad.
What is this? That stuff belongs to her. Why don't you go in the store and get her? I was only hitching a ride. I don't know anything about...
Take a look. Okay.
Look, give me a break, will you? She picked me up. I don't know about a gun or that stuff.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's go. Find her? Manager didn't see any woman in a fur coat come in.
She went in there, I tell you, she did.
You come with me. Mel, you drive this car. Right.
They brought Jerry into Oakland and locked him up. They kept him there all night. I was notified, and the next morning was in the office with 2 detectives when they brought him in.
Mr. McIntyre.
How do you feel, Jerry? Sit down.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Maybe you didn't.
They locked me up. They didn't give me a chance.
You'll get a chance. Have you seen this gun before?
Oh, I guess so. It was in the car. I told you.
Narcotics, too? Just in the car?
Yeah.
What about this woman, Jerry?
I don't know. She didn't say her name. I was hitching a ride, and she picked me up on my way to Oakland.
Why didn't you take the bus?
Oh, maybe because, like you said, I was on my own. I was free. Anyhow, I thought I'd save a couple of bucks.
You didn't tell the officers yesterday you were just out of corrections school.
Okay, I didn't.
Look, we know it was a stolen car. We find narcotics and a gun. Didn't take you long to get back to peddling, did it?
I'm not. I didn't. It was the woman. She had a red fur coat and blue shoes and yellow hair. Why don't you look for her?
Where were you taking it? Who sold it to you?
Jerry?
I'm not lying, Mr. McIntyre. But I got a record. They won't believe me.
You're telling the truth? I'll believe you.
Lock him up. We'll check his story.
You're going to lock me up?
I'll take it easy, Jerry.
Easy? You ever been locked up? I got to find that woman. She framed me. You got to let me find her. She'll tell you.
I'll try. I'll do what I can.
Yeah, and I rot. You got me. That's all you want.
No sense talking to him. Come on.
You're not locking me up again. No.
Jerry!
Get back.
Put the gun down.
Get back, all of you.
Listen to me, Jerry.
Don't try it. Not even you, Mr. McIntyre. I mean it.
You crazy little dope.
Get away from that door. I'm going out. You try and stop me, I'll kill you.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Gregory Peck in The Truth About Jerry Baxter. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what does it cost for all that electricity my car uses?
Practically nothing, pal, because it's produced, stored, and supplied right under the hood of your Autolite-equipped car by your car's Autolite electrical system.
But all those parts, Harlow.
All those parts, including the coil, distributor, generator, and the starting motor, work together like a team, Hap, to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. That's why Autolite electrical systems are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
You've sold me, Harlow.
Fine. And friends, insist on Autolite original factory parts when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. You can get them at your nearest authorized Autolite service station, listed in the classified section of your phone book under Automotive Electrical Service, or at the car dealer who sells your make of car, or wherever you see the Autolite original factory parts sign. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Gregory Peck in Elliott Lewis's production of The Truth About Jerry Baxter, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
He got away. And it was all headlined in the afternoon editions. Teenage addict breaks out. For details, see page 2. Details. A frightened boy ran away. He didn't want to be locked up for something he said he hadn't done. He had a loaded gun, and that was bad. But there was something else that was worse. Any news, Sergeant?
No. That kid knows the city is going to be tough.
He knows that San Francisco, too, was born there.
He's got a gun?
He's going to try and get narcotics?
Maybe not.
Are you kidding? You want a crazy kid running around loose shooting up the town?
No.
Well, Sergeant Holly. Where? Wait a minute. Bannister, get this.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, give it to me again. Right. You're right over. Bannister, got across the bay. We're going over. You coming, Mac?
All right. Oh, Holly. They won't shoot, will they?
I don't know. We got to get them.
We crossed the bridge to San Francisco. A druggist on Market Street had reported that a boy answering Jerry's description had held him up, forced him to hand over a supply of drugs. I stayed with Sergeant Holly because I wanted to be there if they found him. I wanted to find him myself. Night came and we kept on looking. The search always led us to the South City. It was narrowing down as we got calls, and we knew that he must be nearby.
Anything in there, Bannister?
No, dead end.
All right. We'll try the warehouse across the street. Check in the car. See if anything's come in.
Okay.
He's got friends down here, Holly. There's a million places to hide.
Yeah, I know it.
I'm just wondering if he told the truth.
What do you mean?
About that woman. I got him a parole because I believed in him.
So? We all make mistakes.
Oh, you don't understand. Suppose he wasn't lying. Suppose he did hitch a ride and it was the truth.
It's a lot of coincidence, Mac. He's got a record of peddling. He's picked up in a stolen car, dope in the glove compartment. What does that sound like?
Yeah, sure. Well, there's another alley around the side. I'll take a look.
All right. Be careful. Just yell and run if you see him.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Mack.
Oh, Jerry.
I got a gun. Don't you call those cops out there because I feel bad if I had to kill you. And I don't want to feel bad.
Give me the gun, Jerry. You know they'll get you.
Nobody can get me.
Why did you run away? I told you I'd help.
You'd help?
Now, give me the gun, Jerry. I'll stand by you. You trust me, don't you?
You didn't believe me when I told you about that dame. You didn't believe me. Well, I know who she is now. A friend told me. She's a friend of a friend.
Oh, what's her name?
Oh, no. I'm too smart. You know something? I think maybe I'm going up to kill myself, a dame.
Oh, Jerry, no. Give up. Let the police take care of it. They'll have to believe you now.
Never shot one of these. Kind of heavy, huh?
Kid. Come on. Come with me.
I gotta go get her. Then you believe me.
Jerry, let me come with you. Don't go out there alone.
Sure. Okay. Don't start anything, Mr. Mack. I don't want to hurt you. You know?
I was hoping when we got on the street that Holly or Bannister would be there, but they weren't. Only the prowl car across at the corner, empty. I couldn't take a chance, not only for my own skin, but Jerry's. They'd be shooting. So I walked with him. I wasn't able to get near enough to grab the gun. As we passed under a street lamp, I saw his face, pale and tight. But his eyes were clear. I knew he'd taken none of the stolen narcotics. He hadn't taken it yet. We didn't go far. He stopped at a rundown hotel and, signaling me to walk ahead, went up the back stairs. I remember the smell of that place. Old and rotten.
306. How come you want your kind of job, Mr. Mack? You should have been something else than a nice guy like you.
Give me the gun, Jerry. Don't do it.
Don't be scared.
Yeah?
Telegram, miss.
Who are you kidding? Go away.
Open up or I'll shoot through the door.
Okay. What do you want?
You. I'm going to talk to you. Hi, Peggy.
Hey. You're the kid.
I'm the kid. Get inside.
Mister, are you a cop? This is the kid.
What a dump.
Drop it, Jerry. Drop it.
Happy.
Move over there. You too, mister.
Here's the louse peddle the stuff to me, Mr. Mack. Remember? Harry Richards. I told you about him. His wife's a loss, too. Didn't know you were married, Harry.
You didn't think you'd get away with it, did you, kid? Business has been bad since you squealed. I had to lay low, and it's cost me plenty.
This your wife?
Yeah.
You sent her out to pick up Jerry and frame him.
That's it. Smart little punk to find it. No, dumb.
I think I'll kill you, too, Harry.
Oh, sure you will.
I don't know what you're going to do, Richards, but a narcotics rap is better than murder.
I'll be safe on both counts. Jerry will be.
Hey,
Put out, you'll kill him.
You, mister. I'm going to shoot you. Stick you both in the closet and put the gun in little Jerry's hand. When he wakes up, he can explain it to all your pals.
What about us, Harry? They'll figure something's wrong.
You got a better idea? What do I do? Let this guy go and get set up for life? No, we're going to take a long trip. By the time they figure it out, we can be in Mexico anywhere. Now, go on, get packed.
Oh, all right.
The woman threw things into a suitcase, and Harry Richards leaned against the wall. Didn't take his eyes off me. Jerry groaned once, but didn't come out of it. There was a bad cut on his head where the barrel of the gun had hit him. Then they were ready. He dragged the boy to a closet, put him in, turned around to me, and...
All right, mister. Turn around. Turn around, I said.
No thanks. My shoulder hurt. And my head. I heard Bannister and Holly down the hall. I tried to talk to the boy. But he was almost out of his mind with fear. Then when I tried to get the gun, he hit me. Oh, it was a long way off, that sound. It faded, then came back. I had to get my head clear before they came in. Jerry had tried to shoot it out with it.
Open up. Police. It's not locked. Hey. Smell something?
Cordite. Gun's been fired.
Closet. Must be. What do you think?
Wait a minute. Wait. Jerry. Come out with your hands up. Come out.
I can't stand it anymore. It's killing me. I gotta get out. I got to. Get me out. Get me out.
Hey, drop the gun. Quick. Mac, you okay?
Yeah, he didn't do it. Oh, grab him.
Get away from that window.
I'll jump. Don't come near me. I'll jump.
Jerry, no.
You're not gonna put me away. I'll jump. I want to. They'll shut me up and I'll die.
No, kid, no.
He's not, Jerry. It's the truth. You believe me? They know you didn't do anything. Richards did.
No, Mr. McIntyre. Please don't. I'll jump. They'll say I shot you.
Jerry, listen to me. Don't you see? You're cleared now. I can tell them about Richards. You're all right.
No, stay away, please.
Listen, Jerry, listen to me. We're going to take care of you. Not in a cell, no more cells. I give you my word. A hospital where it's clean and quiet. They won't tie you down. You can rest. Listen to me, Jerry. They'll take care of you. When you feel better, you can try again. From scratch. That'll be it, won't it, Holly? Won't it?
Oh, sure. Sure, kid. We're not lying. That'll be it.
Help me, Mr. Mac. You got to help me.
Sure, Jerry. Sure. I got you. You're okay now.
You'll help me. You believe in me. You will. You'll help me. Oh, please. Please.
We took him with us, not to a cell, but to a hospital room where he could get rest and quiet. We caught the Richards that same night at the airport. We caught the Richards. But 2 days later, I had another youngster to talk to. This time, a 16-year-old girl. Her mother was with her and wouldn't believe it when I showed her the marijuana we'd taken from her daughter. She'd bought it from a friend in school. She told me all about it. And as I listened, I thought of Jerry. And I wondered where it would end.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Gregory Peck.
Today, we honor our flag, symbol of American freedom. And on this day, it is appropriate that we also honor an American city, which typifies the heritage of our great country. That city is Detroit, which this year celebrates its 250th anniversary. Since July 24th, 1701, when Antoine de la Mothe Cadillac first set his standard on the shore of Ville de Troyes, Detroit has never ceased to progress. Here was developed our greatest tool, the automobile. And from this arsenal of democracy came many of the sinews of defense, which helped keep our country free through 2 world conflicts. And as surely as Detroit has achieved in material sense, so has it contributed to international understanding and to the cultural and spiritual life of America. Autolite is proud to have known and worked with the people of Detroit and gladly takes this opportunity to extend to them best wishes on their 250th anniversary of their fine city.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. James Mason in another story suggested by actual events. The story of a man whose life was more fantastic than any fiction. A story we call The Greatest Thief in the World, presented on Suspense.
Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Truth About Jerry Baxter was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis from a story by Forrest Barnes and Roxy Roth. In tonight's play, William Tracy was heard as Jerry and John Denner as Sergeant Holly. Featured in the cast were Clayton Post, Joan Banks, Shep Menken, Hy Averback, and Joseph Kearns. Gregory Peck will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Captain Horatio Hornblower.
You can buy world-famous Autolite standard-type or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite faithful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
And remember, next week, Mr. James Mason in a tale we call The Greatest Thief in the World.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story from your newspaper. It is based upon absolute fact. Only certain portions have been dramatized. We call it The Greatest Thief in the World. So now, starring Mr. Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, The Greatest Thief in the World.
The files of Criminal Record Office in Scotland Yard contain 2 bulky folders, one relating to the evidence against Peter Marriott, the other against a criminal known only as the Squire. Concerning Peter Marriott, we're in possession of a number of facts. Some we gained through our own investigation, others through interested parties. Concerning the Squire, we know a good deal less. That for some 5 years he committed jewel theft amounting to £500,000 is common knowledge. That at no time until the end did we find one scrap of evidence is further stated in the file. The question that the Yard has not been able to satisfactorily answer is whether Peter Marriott and the Squire were one and the same. The case is a mathematical fantasy. For example, we know that Peter Marriott attended a shooting party in the West Riding as the guest of Sir Leslie and Lady Banbury. We know the gist of what transpired, but was the Squire present at that time?
Good shooting, Marion. Oh, thank you, sir. Mischief, I know how you do it. Every time I get a shot at them, those blinking partners seem to know it's me.
Oh, it's just bad luck, sir. It'll get better.
But they do, you know. They fly off screaming with laughter. This old sandwich. Go on, you chaps. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, really, sir?
Oh, well. Perhaps tomorrow. I'm for a drink.
Right on.
Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you ever since you got here. It kept in my mind. Anything new in London about that, the Squire chap?
I don't think so, sir. Not since his last haul. You've heard about him up here, too, huh?
Well, who doesn't hear about him? It's a disgrace. I can tell you I've written a letter to Hyde. Parliament should do something.
I understand Scotland Yard's up a tree.
Bunglers. Not like the old days. Catch the man and give him a horse whipping, then send you to Dartmoor. That's what we'd have done.
Well, they say he's quite clever.
Clever? Oh, nonsense. Papers are making a hero of the blighter. The Squire. Oh, impudence. Man's not a gentleman, he's just a blasted little joke.
Well, I don't imagine the Honourable Percy Tyndale considers him little.
Oh, yes, that was the last one, wasn't it?
According to the paper, £20,000, an emerald necklace and 2 diamond rings.
Ah, Percy's a fool. Always told him so, too. A trial could have opened that safe of his. Let's see this Squire try his game with me. It's a different story, I can tell you.
Well, I imagine it would.
By the way, did you tell me that you used to dabble in the diamond market?
Oh, that was a few years ago, sir. Nothing much.
This evening I must show you one or two nice little things I bought Lady Pamela in Italy.
I'd love to see them, sir.
2 days after the shooting party, Sir Leslie Bandridge reported that jewels amounting to the sum of £8,000 had been stolen from his safe. It was the Squire's work. No prints, just the unmistakable method that had tantalized us for 5 years. At that time, there was no more reason to suspect Peter Marriott than the other 18 guests, all of whom had seen the jewels in question. We know now that there was a girl in Peter Marriott's life, a girl whom we felt to be a rather odd acquaintance for a man in his position.
Hello, Jenny.
Oh, where have you been? Thought you was coming by last week.
Oh, I'm sorry I was away.
With brass knobs on.
No, honestly. I brought you a present.
You have? Oh, you are a duck.
Well, I missed you. Give me a kiss.
You have missed me, haven't you? Where's the present?
Here.
Oh, Peter. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, thanks ever so. Is it real?
Oh, absolutely. You couldn't find a better ruby anywhere.
It doesn't look real.
Well, you take my word for it. It is.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, you shouldn't have. Must have cost a packet.
Well, you're my girl, aren't you? Oh, Jenny, look, you see this parcel? I want you to keep it for me just for a little while.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing important. You don't have to open it up.
I wouldn't.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's like the other parcel I gave you a few months ago.
Oh, darn. Pictures.
Right.
Oh, you'll get in trouble one of these days, you will. Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll bet those aren't pictures in there.
Oh?
What do you really do? I mean, for a living.
Oh, well, I told you, nothing very much. Stock exchange. I have some money. Why?
I wondered.
That made you wonder.
Well, I think maybe you're a bit shady.
Oh, what an odd thought.
Is it? Well, what's so odd about it? Why don't you ever take me nowhere? Why do we always have to meet here? Never go dancing and nothing.
Well, Jenny, isn't it nice of
You
you?
know it ain't. You're ashamed of me because I'm not a swell like you.
Jenny, it isn't that. It's only that I want to be with you alone.
Yes, I don't think.
Well, what do you want me to say then?
I don't know, but there's something funny about you.
Oh?
A man was here the other day.
A man? Who? What do you mean?
Ah, so there is something.
Jenny, tell me about it.
He was just asking about the gent who visited me last night. That was you, Peter.
What did you say?
I told him I wasn't the habit of gassing with strangers and of it.
Well, what did he look like?
And look here, I don't like the way you're talking like a ruddy copper. I don't think I'm going to tell you anything.
Well, I'm sorry, Jenny, but please, go on.
No, I don't feel like it.
Now, look, I've got to know. It's important.
dial 999. Ask the police.
I think you'd better tell me.
Sweet me.
What did he look like? Jenny?
Was he all right? Maybe a little thinner, black hair. Looked something like you.
Well, how was he dressed?
I don't know. All right, I suppose. Grey overcoat, bowler. He wasn't a copper, I don't think, if that could worry you. Too polite.
Any name?
No. Said he was a friend of yours from abroad. Said when I saw you to say something about Canada. You know what he meant.
It can't be. He's dead. It can't be.
Immediately following the Banbridge robbery, the squire was inactive. We kept an eye out for the stolen jewels, but as in the past, there was no sign of them. However, we learned one interesting fact, that Peter Marriott had attended several parties given by victims of the squire. Although it was a very slight chance and quite possibly coincidental, we felt it advisable to assign a plainclothesman to watch him. On September 7th, 1949, the detective made his routine report.
Followed suspect, the Lion Tea Shop, Notting Hill Gate. He sat at a corner table, alone. 5 minutes later, he was joined by another man. Was unable to hear the conversation.
Hello, Peter Marriott. Hello. Sit down. Yeah, I don't think I'd have recognized you. You'd had quite a job done on your face, hadn't you? Yes. Well, kind of like old times, eh? What happened? I thought you were... not now, my dear fellow. It's a long story. Don't worry, you'll hear about it. How long have you been in London? Ages. Nearly 6 years. Funny you took so long getting in touch. Yes, isn't it? Well, you look prosperous, I must say. So do you. I suppose that girl told you I'd been inquiring. Yes. Well, I thought it best to make sure. One doesn't want to make mistakes, does one? Look here, will you get to the point? What do you want? Shame, dear fellow, aren't you? All right. First, what about my name? I thought you were dead. There's no harm there. You know I couldn't use my own name after I left Canada. Yes, but my dear fellow, Peter Marriott, there can't be two of us, you know. Why not? Because when I found out 5 years ago that you were calling yourself that, I had to change my name to something else. Well, now I think I want my own back. Well, you can have it. There must be more than a few Peter Marriotts in the world. Definitely, but we're special, you and I. Very special. Oh, you see, I've been reading a lot about you. You're quite a tough. Races, hunt balls, and all that. I've followed you very closely. You can be a great help to me, old man. Great help indeed. What's the game? And we can do business together. Just like old times. I don't think so. But I do. You and I, and the squire.
For the next month, well into October, Peter Marriott, as a suspect, became a dud. He led an exemplary life, and we began to feel that once again we'd made a mistake. He attended several parties, and no robbery attempts followed. However, it was 2 days after a ball given by a wealthy sportsman that our detective assigned to Marriott made his report.
October 28th. Suspect left his flat 5:30 p.m. and walked toward Tube Station. Followed, but lost him. Cannot be certain whether he made this move on purpose or not.
Is that the horse? Yes. Well, you're not going to drive up to it, are you? No, look, I didn't ask you to come along, you know. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing. Now, you can stay here. Yeah, but there are lights on in there. Servants' quarters. Look, what do I say if a body comes along? You see that switch under the dash? Oh, yeah? Flick it. Then step on the starter. The motor won't catch. You can say you're having motor trouble. All right. Come on. Did you get it? Come on. Look, you won't catch the ignition, you bloody fool. Oh. Did you get it? You think I went in for a cup of tea, do you? Of course I got it.
You are listening to The Greatest Thief in the World, the night presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ben Wright, starring in tonight's production, The Greatest Thief in the World, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Once again the squire had struck, this time to the tune of 14,000 pounds in Oriental jewels. Once again the resources of Scotland Yard were unable to discover one shred of evidence. It was useless to bring Peter Marriott in for questioning because we had no proof of his complicity. There was nothing to do but intensify our surveillance and hope that a piece of the stolen jewelry would turn up or that one of our informers would uncover something. On November 26, 1949, Marriott drove down to Kent and the estate of Lord Simon Lettington. John?
Hello. Just running over to Paddy's Wood. Want to come?
Yeah, love to.
Hop in.
Oh.
Headache?
Murderous. Too much for me last night.
Take an aspirin. We'll need it for tonight.
If I have one more hot buttered rum, I'll die.
Oh, not you, Peter. I say, Daddy was furious with me this morning.
Why?
For behaving the way I did with you.
Oh?
He saw us kissing in the playroom. Said I had no right to leave you on, that you were a very nice young man and deserved a better fate.
His lordship is a discerning man.
Peter?
Hmm?
What were you doing in the library this morning?
Nothing. Why?
I saw you looking at the safe, just like a Berkeley. Very suspicious.
All right. There's probably nothing in it anyway.
Huh.
Besides, no self-respecting cracksman would touch a thing like that. It's too easy to open.
I bet the squire would.
Rank amateur. He learned everything from me.
Do you want anything in the village?
Oh, you might drop me at the pillar box. Have a couple of cards to post.
Right. I'll meet you in half an hour outside the cinema.
Our man followed Marriott when he left Lady Joan Lettington's car in Paddock Wood. Marriott posted 2 cards and strolled down the road to the Hotel Rackham. He entered there, went into the tavern. Our man remained outside.
And what do you have, sir? Oh, double scotch. Double scotch? Yes, sir. Then make a Johnny Walker, will you? Well, it's brought you out, sir. Yeah, a bit of pre-Christmas cheer, eh? Listen, I don't like this. Outside. See in the mirror? I think it's a man from the yard. I've noticed him hanging about. Yeah, that won't do at all. What does it look like in the house? How the devil should I know? Give me time, can't you? Oh, you're a bit touchy, aren't you? Dear old boy, in this business one can't get nervy. You ought to know that. You should have stayed in London. No, it's better this way. We can keep an eye on one another, eh? Oh, this will buff you up. Double scotch, sir.
On November 30th, Marriott returned to London. We had an idea that he'd contacted someone in Rackham Hotel Tavern. Possibly the elusive stranger we knew to be meeting Marriott from time to time. In any event, we kept a man at Paddock Wood. No attempt was made during the next 3 weeks upon Lord Lettington's house, and we could do nothing but wait. On December 21st, it was noted that Peter Marriott visited Virginia Hibbert in Hammersmith at a late hour.
Oh, you really have no consideration for me at all, really, you haven't. A fine time of night to come calling.
Well, I'm sorry, Jenny, but I had to talk to you.
Oh, what's up?
Please listen. Now, I may have to go away, and I may not be able to see you again.
Ever?
Ever. You're a good girl. And sometimes I haven't been kind, but I've always known that I could trust you. It hasn't just been making use of you.
I hope not.
Jimmy, that man who came to ask you about me.
Has he got something to do with it?
Yes. I knew him a long time ago. In Canada.
Cool.
We worked together. It was in a mining town. One night there was a game. A poker game. It ended in a fight. My face was badly slashed, and I shot a man.
Lummy.
I ran away. The doctor did plastic surgery on my face. I changed my name, too.
The bloke who came back, is he the man you...
No. No, the man I shot was a miner. The fellow who came back was the one I worked with. I thought he'd been killed in the fight. Now, you see why I was afraid when you told me about him. He knows about that man that I killed.
Dirty rotter. Blackmailing you, eh?
Yes, Jenny. And I'm going to have to do something about it. The police are following me. You see, I can't let this go on. Now, look, there's some money in here, and I want you to take it.
Oh, you don't have to do that. You've treated me all right. I don't want your money, and I don't want you to go away.
No, please, it's for you. There's £1,000 here.
No.
Take it and get out of London, Jenny. Go to a nice little town and get married.
No, I want to be with you. Oh, take me with you. I could learn to be a lady, honest. I'd try.
You are. Dear Jenny.
Oh, don't go, Peter. Don't go, please.
Oh, maybe I'll come back, and if I do, I'll look for you.
Truly.
Truly.
Give us a kiss.
On the morning of December 22nd, 1949, our file on Peter Marriott was still inconclusive. He was a strong suspect, but there was the other man whom we knew he had seen from time to time. There was now the possibility that he was the squire. We expected an attempt on Lord Lettington's house and kept our detective in Paddock Wood. That same night, on the 22nd, Lord Lettington's safe was opened and a large amount of currency as well as jewelry was stolen. The plainclothesman we'd left to guard the estate was later found unconscious in some bushes.
Ah, you were an idiot to come back to the hotel. They'll be looking for you. All for you. Yeah, quite a haul. I like the paper best. Diamonds are pretty, but they're a bloody nuisance to get rid of. You won't have to worry about that anymore. Huh? Stand still up. Things were all right with me before you turned up. But think how much nicer this is for me. You've been such a help. I can do so much better business with you. It's finished. Oh, come on now. You'll feel better after a drink. And we'll have to get away from here. At least you'll have to. I imagine half of Scotland Yard will be here soon. What about that detective? Oh, I put him out. He'll live. Not a very nice Christmas present, I'm afraid. I meant it, you know, about us. Oh, no, you didn't. Because you wouldn't like people to know, would you? It doesn't matter. Oh, but it does. What do they do with the murderers in Canada? Hang them? Or that delightful American system, electricity? You're a fool. Do you think I spent these years getting where I have to allow you to come along and muck it up? You've had it too soft, Peter. You're spoiled. You're the one who's had it soft. I could talk, too. You know, I have an idea that you're threatening me. That's not very healthy, is it? No. I shouldn't try it, Peter. Whatever you're thinking. Turn around. What? I don't want to shoot you in the back. Is that what you're going to do? Kill me? Turn around. We're in a hotel, you know. There's bound to be noise. I'll count to 3. Don't do it, old boy. I have a gun, too. 1. I was always a better shot than you. Remember? 2. Last chance. Put down your gun. 3.
We found the body in the bedroom of the Hotel Rackham, Paddock Wood, Kent. A single shot had been fired through the head. The pistol lay on the floor. The jewels stolen from Lord Lettington's safe were on the dressing table. The currency was missing. However, there were 1 or 2 points still left unanswered. The gun was devoid of fingerprints. The deceased was not wearing gloves at the time his body was discovered. There was further the question of an open window and scuff marks on the sill. Scotland Yard still is not certain who went through that window. The real Peter Marriott? The imposter? Or the one known as the Squire?
Suspense, in which Mr. Ben Wright starred in tonight's true story of the greatest thief in the world. Next week, the story of a pet cat and the fear it carried with it. We call it The Black Death. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were John Dogworth, Joseph Kearns, Betty Harford, Ella Morgan, Edgar Barrier, and Raymond Lawrence.
You'll enjoy romance every Saturday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.